Hello. What's up, everybody? 10 bucks. Rasta, Saladino, Mark, Sim, Sorrow, Finish Link, Tornizang, Brandon, Redacted, Warren, White Wolf, Mrs. Beef, Nasrallah. Okay, first of all, thank you, Finish Link, for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, Nasrallah, for the raid. I appreciate it. How was the Shinra building puzzle? How did you enjoy that? What's up, Cassie? What's up, Rico? What's up, Therma? What's up, Fear the Dawn? Double raid, yeah. Beautiful. Finish Links was a bit earlier during the intro. I didn't see it until just now, but hold on. You confused yourself with one of the letters. Yeah, I saw that. I was actually watching while the countdown was going down on my phone. Embarrassing display, Nasrallah. You should have taken the back seating. You would have saved yourself some ridicule. No, it was great. I'm sure the thought process was amazing. I wish we could have seen your notes. Sokoman, thank you so much for the resub, 2 months. I appreciate it. And indeed, Sokoman, you will be remembered. Let me transition to a video game there. I'm alright, White Wolf. I'm good. I'm good. Had a little cleanup session of the, trimming the stash, cleaning the beard and all that. Well, cutting the sort of like calling it a beard is a very pretentious, little cleanup sesh this morning before bed. It was great. Anyway, pretty good sleep overall. And then woke up to Nasrallah struggling for half an hour on a, puzzle in Final Fantasy VII. So couldn't be better, really. Yeah, Brendan. It does take a little bit. That's true. It does take a bit of time. You're welcome, White Wolf. Enjoy. Can't wait to call you out on simple stuff you miss in the game. I will take it on the chin, as one does. But yeah, what's everybody doing? How are we today? Tuesday, January 16th. What's up, Sorrow? I was walking the dogs today and our route passes by a soccer stadium. Turned the corner, saw a group of white men adorning all black body armor and armed with rifle. Might have been the SWAT. or I was gonna say or a group of Trump supporters, but they also fit that description. They were entering the stadium guns ready. Jeez. A football game happening? Like, what was going on there? It's the playoffs, I think, right? So people get violent, when their team loses. Consuming too many chocolate biscuits. Someone need to take them off me. Do you have someone to take them off you, Rico? Nothing was going on? Maybe they were practicing. I don't know. Yeah, it could be a drill. Who knows? You'll never get an answer to that question, probably, Brendan. It's best to just... Or, if you really wanted the answer to that question, you could have walked up to them and asked, right? Nothing bad could come off of that. Trying to decide if coffee is needed over here or if I should just push through. Only 3 hours left. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's a combination of how much you've had already. How fragile do you feel like your heart is getting already? How quickly do you plan on sleeping after this? I don't know. Yeah, it's Exactly, Brendan. Introduce yourself as Tequila Sunrise and say you're bringing the end times with you or something. That should go over well. Anyway, speaking of which, very excited to play this video game. It's a special day in Revachol. Kim's gone for the rest of the day because he's bringing the body to processing. And we have, I don't know, we have quite a few hours in front of us now to, you know, to do as we please. So that should be fun. Tequila Sunrise? Oh, man. It should be a shame, Brandon. Do finger pistols at them, preferably with sound effects. Yeah, or just do like Naz, like run around screaming bombs all the time. You know, that's gonna work out. What's up, Brian King? But yeah, you picked a really good moment to be away, Brendan. Because now when I wake up for breakfast, I don't have to think about which, you know, if I'm gonna watch you or Naz playing Final Fantasy. I know I can just watch Naz. Bomb was potentially an answer. I didn't say otherwise, Nasrallah. I'm just saying. Airports love that, yeah. Alright, so if I'm looking at my to-do list, the things I need to do without Kim. I need to talk to Classy again. I need to go talk to Joyce about the pail. I've been wanting to do that for a long time. And I'm gonna have to figure out. I have a lot of skill. Look at all those skill points. What the fuck? I don't understand what happened yesterday, but we got so many skill points. I think a lot of the like sort of investigation threads we were on just like sort of concluded and got, you know, like combined to like one big sort of path right now, and What's up, Reki? What's up, Chris Link? Keep a fan. Suddenly I'm super yeah, I don't know, I did some good job yesterday. Everything sort of came together. All the hard work we put in over time sort of just coalesced into me getting a lot of very high rolls. It was beautiful. Alright, Rian King. Well, hope it gets better, man. Yeah, redacted. Maybe, hey, maybe we should, you know, maybe we should all go by Tequila Sunrise. Maybe that's the ultimate name. Oh, wait, isn't it Tequila Sunset? Tequila Sunrise is the cocktail, right? And Sunset's his name in the game, I think. Yeah. So I'm gonna keep those points to unlock potential checks. Now, okay, there's a lot of checks I want to do for all Tequila Sunset. Yep. So, yeah, it is Sunset in the game, and Sunrise the cocktail, and Sunset's the nickname. So there's a lot of checks that I want to try again. I'm definitely gonna put a point in composure. This way I can try the smoker on the balcony and the pile of clothes again. Do I have an opportunity to do so? Composure. Yes. 2 of them even. Great. So that's something I need to do. Man from Yelmdal Pain Threshold. Really? I don't remember that check. Didn't I buy a book? Oh no, I didn't buy a book. I could buy a book. I actually need to go. I said I was gonna go talk to Annette. Because I look like Dick Mullen more than ever. Maybe I should try that. That sounds cool, Sorrow. Sounds like a good time. I wish I could do the same. But I can't, because I have to actually do the thing, right? I can't just chill and watch. I have to actually work. Unbelievable. And then Volition for class here. But maybe I need to try Joyce first, because if I miss that Volition check with Joyce... Oh, I may not have to do the Volition check, actually. Because Kim's not with me. I think the Volition check was to get Kim to move away. And then there's those 2 checks, which are pretty much guaranteed. I think they're both at 97, but that's for pushing the story forward. So I'm going to wait for Kim to be back for that. Oh, that's good, Rain King. Leg day is always a good day. Yeah, leg day was always my favorite. Well, absolutely love leg day. I was addicted to deadlifts. Actually, for the longest time when I was being a bit of a gym rat, I wasn't really having a dedicated leg day. I like doing push and pull on, you know, 1 day push, 1 day pull. I would usually do like push, pull, and then 1 day I would just work on like the big ones. Deadlifts, mostly. I almost had a day where I would just like almost only focus on deadlifts, trying to set, you know, new PRs, and then Sick lens again? Oh, dude, not the ones I'm looking for, I'm assuming. As a dancer, every day is leg day for me. Are you actually are you a professional dancer or just leisure dancer? The full art Japanese basics? Oh shit, those are cool. Man, I'm really waiting for those Phyrexians, like black metal lands, but God damn it. Alright, you know what? Let's first things first, I'm gonna go in the library, well, bookstore. Oh, what about we still have to find her husband, right? Oh, you were right that I'm a cockatoo. Yeah, we forgot to talk about that. You were right that I'm a cockatoo.
Excuse me?
I went and read up on them, just like you said. And I even decided on what kind of cockatoo I am. Want to know? Why am I being so weird with that poor woman? I swear to God. That poor woman cannot catch a break and just read her books. Like every day, I'm being a weirdo. Got back into Guild Wars 2 lately. All my characters are named after MTG cards. Nice, nice. Chase you down to talk about. Yeah, those are like those MTG nerds. They will chase you down. They will. Yeah, we love MTG around here. Lots of us play it. Of course, we're fucking turbo nerds, like complete binoclards. So obviously, we're playing MTG, right? Yeah, I've been most of my off-stream time is spent playing Arena lately. Used to compete, but now anything outside of usual training is just stage art performing exams. Nice, nice. That's cool. Kamigawa basic lands. I don't remember which ones they are. Kamigawa basic. I don't like see them. Yeah, the ones I really want are the Phyrexian All Will Be One or whatever. You know, like the ones with the sort of skullish black metal style with the symbol in the middle. They look really cool. Those are the ones I want. I'm hoping they'll be on like on the daily deals at some point. Other than that, I like the planetary ones. The what are they? A Space E or something? They like I'm not sure what their names are, but like the ones with the planets. Those are pretty cool. Probably would be my second choice. Kamigama are watercolor. Oh, are those the ones that were available as card sleeves? Like the black one has Sheldred on it, like the shadow of Sheldred. Oh no! You mean the other ones? I think the ones with like the plains, just like a field of flowers with a tree, right? And the mountains, just like a really figurative mountain with a little bit of red there. Sent a screenshot. Let's see. Oh, those are the Japanese ones. Oh my god, they look so good. Those are today's lands, yeah. Kamigawa full basics. Oh wait, they are the ones we're talking about, aren't they? I'm confused now. Oh, there's another series of. Oh, there's so many fucking lands. I'm just getting confused. What's up, Raven? How are you today? Gabe, welcome in. The old dual lands with the spiral box, 2-color, were nice too. I don't know what all of them look like, but yeah, you gotta have you gotta have good lands. You know, you gotta have your nice set of basics. It's important. Even though I barely use and most people like barely use any basics unless you have a mono color deck, because there's so many dual lands and triple lands now. Basically, all your mana base is just made of specific lands. No more basics. Still, gotta have cool looking basics. Important. Alright, I went and read up on them, just like what you said. Just like you said, and even decided on what kind of cockatoo I am. Want to know?
I don't know. The most talkative one?
Okay, ma'am. Listen. feel like I'm being attacked right now by working class women. It's better to have terrible lands to put your opponent on tilt, all mismatching, white borders if possible. I mean, if you really want to put your opponent on tilt, just, you know, drop a mountain. Like, just have mountains in your deck to play them on turn 1. And watch people scoop before you even play anything. Even if your deck is not mono-red, right? Play a mountain. If you have a mountain in hand, play it first. You can get some free scoops, I'm pretty sure. Nice. Redacted. Yeah. Pass the JJ. Thank you for the resub with Prime. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. 10 months. That's a whole lot. Thank you, Pastor JJ. And Pastor JJ, you will be remembered. Come on, my mic is poorly positioned. That's better. First time I hear the term scoop, but I love it. Oh yeah? Yeah, it's pretty common lingo for, you know, conceding. Scoop those cards up, yep. I wish Arena had an animation for, like, the cards being, you know, instead of just the avatar exploding. I mean, I don't think scooping is rage quitting, you know. I think that's a... It's just, you know, you just concede, you scoop. What's up, Brewer? How are you doing? A table flip animation when you concede angrily. Yeah, but how do you determine that? Do you add another button under concede? Concede angrily? Yeah, exactly. Game. Maybe we make all mice in the future have like analog input, you know, on the click. So you can tell the weight of the clicking. If it's past a certain weight, you know it's a rage concede, right? What's up, Quasi? Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of people... I've seen that by playing Arena a lot lately, and you know, like, checking on the subreddits daily, just for, you know, sometimes you get nice information, or next set spoilers, or whatever, or... You know, so many people complain about people conceding before they can swing with all their giant board, right? And they think it's rage quitting, and I'm like, why do you think it's rage quitting? I know I lost. I'm not gonna wait for you to swing and then watch like 10 seconds of animations. Just take the win and move on. Like, what's wrong with you? Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? When to me, I feel like it's the polite thing to do. I know I lost. I'm just gonna, you know... And it's fine if you don't think that way, right? It's fine if you want to wait and give your opponent the opportunity to swing, because, yeah, it's fun to swing, I guess. But I personally don't care, right? I don't care about swinging. Whatever. I mean, I win, right? I lose. But, you know, to each their own. But don't complain about other people having a different point of view, right? It's not because they're mad or anything. It's just like, hey, well, I lost. Just move on to the next game. But I mainly complain about it on Arena because it denies your opponent the quest rewards. Yeah, okay. That is true. That is true. But okay, let's put it this way: it can be an issue, right? Like if you have to play more creatures, or if you have to attack to get the quest, right? But yeah, I mean, that here's the thing: that's not on the players, right? It shouldn't be on you to be taken hostage for an extra 2 minutes to let your opponent be able to do his quest, right? It should be just better implementation of quests, or I don't know. Yeah, Hippofan for sure. I mean, like, I feel like it's the polite thing to do. When you lost, you just surrender, right? It's concede. I don't think forcing your opponent to have to go to his full turn and all that when you know you've lost is very polite as well. And I could definitely see some players, taking the exact opposite stance and being like, you're forcing me to just do all my triggers when you know you've lost. It's very annoying, But yeah. Once in a tournament, I let someone sub in another player because he had a phone call. The judge let it happen. That's strange. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. To me, it's like, I understand getting frustrated with ropers, for instance, right? That makes sense. Even though, personally, I don't give a shit about ropers. I'm just always watching a stream or something, so I just let my mind drift and, let them do their turn, like, waste their time if they want. I'm the one getting the win at the end of it all, so at least I'm getting something for my time, right? But I get people complaining about ropers. Roping is annoying. But complaining because someone concedes the game too early is, I feel, so self-centered. Like, it's like, wow, you don't even want to suffer through one more minute of me beating your ass? I don't know. May I recommend another deck building game, not a TCG? I mean, you can always talk about games here, for sure. I disagree that MTG is too expensive if you play on Arena, but I'm definitely open to, I mean... Uh-oh, yeah, redacted? But yeah, every time I play another card game, I always end up being like, I would rather just play MTG, actually. That's how I got back into MTG, actually. I was playing Legends of Runeterra, and I was like, yeah, it's fine. It's, it's cheap. Like, you get a lot of rewards and everything. But I would rather be playing MTG right now. So I just installed Arena, and that was it. Mage Noir. Alright. Well, never heard of it. But, yeah. Far better around the table. Yeah, playing around tables is a bit of a problem these days, isn't it? Oh, my chat is reconnecting, so I'm hoping that be okay. Okay, last message I saw... Okay, I'm reconnected now. Last message I saw was redacted saying, for MTG, honestly, it can be affordable, etc. And now Daniel sucks. Someone wrote something in between that, letting you know that I haven't seen it. What's up, Taurus? Yes, I did play Slay the Spire. I did not like it as much as I was hoping, unfortunately. So, here's my issue with Slay the Spire. Is... progressing in the game makes it less fun. Because you unlock more cards, right? You unlock so many more cards and stuff that your runs get less reliable. Because you have a bigger pool, which means it's more difficult to draft properly in there, right? But here's the thing. I understand that it works into the game's design in making it harder, right? It makes the game more difficult, yes, because it's harder to get a consistent deck out of the process. Because you get bigger pool of cards. But it also makes it less fun. I remember my first few runs of Slay the Spire, I was able to, like, you know, craft decks that sort of felt pretty good to play. But then later on, I couldn't get there anymore because too much variance. And just, yeah, it made the game harder, sure, but it was just less fun. So, yeah, I'm unfortunately, it didn't take to Slay the Spire too much. Yeah. Why do we keep bothering this woman? I don't know. She's here. I'm talking to her. Every time she seems very bothered, but at the end of the day, she always seems to like our company. I don't know. What's up, Goal? Anxious? Dicey Dungeons? No. Dicey Dungeons. I don't even think that rings a bell. Dicey Dungeons. Is it also like a sort of deck building game or something? I would love a good deck building game, like something like Slay the Spire, but, you know. Really shoot, still love the game. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's I think Slay the Spire is a fine game, right? It's pretty good, but I just, I don't know. I played Inscription off stream at some point, like a couple of years ago. I did enjoy it for a little bit. I thought it got... I wasn't a fan of how the game evolved, let me put it this way. Yeah. I'm trying to not spoil anything in case someone hasn't played it, but I wasn't too much of a fan of the progression. Yeah. Slay the Spire variant with the Red Riding Hood? Is that a thing? Never heard of it. Small inventory of always available cards that you activate with dice each. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, man, I'm in this weird spot where I'm not sure I want more games to play off stream. MTGA already takes up so much of my time right after the stream. I tend to play until pretty much until the end of Naz's stream for like 5 hours. I go pretty hardcore, you know, on MTGA. And then, you know, after then we watch wrestling with Nasrallah usually most days, and then I tend to do like a more of a solo game by myself. These days I started playing Enter the Gungeon. I had never played Enter the Gungeon, just started playing it. Boy, that game is fun. Man, I love it. So that's a cool, you know, little stream game that I'm enjoying. So many stupid puns in that game with the name of the weapons and enemies and bosses. I don't know if you've played Gungeon, Naz, but you would love the puns. Yeah. What's up, Hubs? How are you today? Yeah, Gungeon's amazing. It's also a lot bigger than you would think, like on first look. Like it seems like a very simple, you know, roguelike, but then there's so many elements to it that keep adding to the game, and oh, it's fun. Gameplay is very smooth. Kicking tables to protect you know, to protect yourself and take cover is really fun. Love it. Full Moon. Nah, I've never heard of it, Reven. Can't believe the elephant gun did not shoot elephants until a later patch. I don't think I've seen that one yet. One of the most fun guns I've seen so far is the one that looks like a shell, like a 12-gauge shell, and it shoots shotguns, right? Such a stupid fucking weapon. Love it. Pony Island. Is that from the same dev as Inscription? Oh, wait, we've seen a trailer for the Pony Island 2, right? During the Game Awards or something? Correct, was the VGAs? Okay. Yeah. I mean, the guy definitely has a very unique style and you know, imagination, so... I love people like that making video games, that's for sure. It's like people like Lucas Pope, right? I want these dudes to keep making games forever, even if I'm personally not a huge fan of what they do, right? As much as I liked Papers, Please, I did not like Obra Dinn as much as I was hoping, but I still want the guy to keep making crazy games because they're so unique and they feel like nothing else you've played before. We definitely need that kind of creativity, right? In the space, so... What's up, Harmon? How are you today? I would always much rather have people do crazy new ideas, even if I end up not liking it, over sequels and remakes and clones. She's ready to put that question aside. No, I'm the funeral cockatoo. Let's see.
The what now?
The funeral cockatoo. It's the most depressing one.
You truly are one strange cop, aren't you?
She says, slowly shaking her head.
I have a strange cop offering to find my stupid husband. For today.
Thanks. I'll get going then. I'm not gonna... I was almost about to hug her again, but... I think that was awkward enough. What's up, Lady Money Battles? How are you doing today? Let's see if Annette has anything to say about me looking like Dick Mullen.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Okay, bye. See you around, Annette. I'm so mad that there's not more stuff with Annette right now. I really like that character. Okay, let's see. Men from Heimdall.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Heimdall somewhere.
So I can buy this book of the series, but there may be a better book to find. But it's a pain threshold check. And I'm maxed out on it. God damn it. And I think I removed the skill that allowed me to... I had a thought that allowed me to upgrade more, but I removed it. Great. Totally not Conan. Yeah, legally distinct Conan the Barbarian, for sure. Damn it. I kind of screwed myself there. It's fine.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people. There's also a wide range of paranatural literature.
You know what? I'm gonna buy the book about the medicinal purposes of the Pale. Because we're about to go talk to Joyce about the Pale. And maybe I want to know more about it. Maybe I should even read that before talking to Joyce. Yeah, it costs $4.22. All right, I'll get it.
Indeed. Something about that book does seem to have spoken to you.
Sure, Plaisance.
Well, I hope it contains what you're looking for.
Thank you, Plaisance. Let me put this here. A small green book giving off a peculiar foreboding impression, although it's hard to figure out why. It describes the various ways of healing debilitating ailments through the use of pale, some of which sound implausible at best. I'm gonna do it this. I don't like this thing is annoying. I'll put it here. Okay.
Shelves full of biographies
Nice,
of
Harmon.
famous people, whoever they are.
I'm interested in that Greatest Innocence book. Actually, well, I mean, man, there's so many books to read in that fucking game.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels featuring the supposedly stalwart Vespertine detective, Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity. Yeah, I'm not gonna get all those books. I need to read the ones I have first. But oh wait, is there another game?
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space seems to be taken up by Wirral-related merchandise.
So the other game box, Wirral, gave us a die that opened a lot of checks again, and now is giving us bonus to some of them. I'm almost interested to get this one and see what happens. It's $12 though. I would be down to 72, and I haven't found a lot of money recently. Well, I mean, I haven't explored new areas, so that explains it. Man, I don't know what to do. Did I miss any gameplay? Not really. No. We walked from the whirling to the lady in front of the bookstore. That's about it. I'm not gonna buy all these books. I have to read the ones I have. Sounds familiar? Yeah. Actually true. In real life, it's the same. And just like in real life, I keep buying stuff. Anyway. That distracts me from actually reading the books. 12 reals puts me down to 72. That's at least 3 days of hotel wages. Oh shit, I didn't pay my bill for tonight, I don't think. I'm already down to 64, technically. Oh. I don't like that. I'll look into that later. Damn it. Okay. So let me go talk to Joyce, I think. I also have to talk to what's her name? Cindy. To get some paintbrushes. Yeah, Rian King. I also have a few IRL bills to pay. End of the year bills get pretty intense. With taxes and everything. But I think we're the 16th today. Yeah. Twitch payouts went through yesterday, so pretty good. Hold on, can I talk to Cindy from here? About the paintbrushes?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
No, Cindy, I'm going to need your paintbrush.
What for?
I'm doing a renovation. It's boring but necessary. For my motor carriage, we're going undercover. The apocalypse is coming. I need to warn people. It's for art, okay?
Well, if it's for art, but what kind of art are we talking about?
Why are you asking me these questions, Cindy? I don't know. Yeah, Aryan King. I love auto withdrawals, automatic payments. Those are great. Very useful. But like the big, being end of the year, like taxes and car insurance, those don't have automatic payments. Pay them manually. So, what's up, Timmy? How are you doing? To be honest, I haven't really thought of anything yet, but I'm sure I will. Everything is sad and shit, and we need art to make it okay. Just give me the brush. Grand art. Art deluxe. The artsiest, the most groundbreaking, the... Everything is sad and shit, and we need art to make it okay. Just give me the brush.
Sounds like you're just about to live out your self-pity, not make a statement. I can't have shit art on my t-shirt.
Cool, no brush then, not a problem. You'll see, you will all see and tremble to crush a man's dream like that. I hope you're happy. Cool, no brush then, not a problem.
You're about to cry internally, aren't you, Piggy? Oh, pathetic. Just give up. Art isn't for you.
Wow. Conceptualization. Attempt to explain your artistic intentions. Oh. That is not very high. And it's a red check? Oh no. The Aryan King? 50% of the time, it works all the time. I mean, I'm sure I can improve on this. Hold on. Catch you later. Let's see. Conceptualization. What's my conceptualization currently? Nothing. Okay. This one gives +1. This one gives +1. We got this. Let's see. What now?
Hello again, officers.
83.
Have you come to admire my mural?
Come on. 83. Should I? I'm almost tempted to put an extra point in here, because I'm gonna, I like conceptualization anyway. It's giving me extra XP. So. Is conceptualization gonna open a few checks for me? No. So using it would be just for this. Not ideal. Eight, 12, 13. I need a 5. Your gloves match your grocery sack? I know. I look beautiful. I mean, here goes nothing, I guess. I really would like to get this. The fact that it's a red check makes me want to sort of wait, maybe improve on it before rolling it, but... let's see. Add even more beauty to the wall. You have seen an exceptionally beautiful wall in Martinez near the pier and have decided to add to its beauty artistically. This will take a brush first. Who would have one? Then paint, and then the act itself. I think we have paint already. Hold on, Cindy. 1 second. The government issued red dyed fuel oil inside looks like paint. Is that it? I don't know.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Hello, Cindy. The Aryan King. Yeah, I don't get too many scam texts here, thankfully. What's up, Gibraltar? How are you doing today? I need to keep those points. It's a fucking red check. I don't want to waste it. I feel like I can get better stats potentially. Let me hold on. Let's see something. Let me walk up those stairs. I wonder if talking to her in person changes it. What's up, 1-2?
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
It's strange that this is a red check, though. Why would this be a red check? All right. Anyway, let me talk to Joyce, and then we'll go from there.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
We've got more questions about reality.
More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
Now that we're alone, what is Pale?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes. What is the Pale?
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
The most dominant geological feature of the world. Wait, and what is an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7.
Okay.
Mundi, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde.
And Insulinde is?
An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say? Each is perishing and dear.
Okay. What is the Pale like?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The Pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
This is some delicious lore right there. We're getting into the, the nature of the world there, which I find super interesting. Is it here? Look around. What are its physical qualities? If we're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola? How much Pale is there compared to the world? Let's return to reality, please. Is it here? Look around.
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
I'm sure Inland Empire has something to say about that.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
"6,000 kilometers from the end of the world, and point north there."
Yes. That is enough. Many cities are built much closer.
And there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the Pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the Pale is called Porch Collapse.
Porch collapse. What a strange word. And world, as it happens.
Imagine a grey coronal mist, cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism, a mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
A grey coronal mist, cold vapor, marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. The most disco thing you will ever see. What are its physical qualities?
It's difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic. The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension, right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier. It may be impossible.
Who's that going to be? Conceptualization? Logic? Encyclopedia, maybe?
There's a slippery article in there.
Rhetoric. Is it the Pale or Pale? Oh yeah, that's true. We've went from one to the other. The Pale here, Pale here.
Pale when it's particular, this territory of Pale. The Pale when it's pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference.
If we're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
Our lungs deflate, our words sound like a sigh.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path. But it is still hard for humans to navigate the Pale without getting lost, or having our minds damaged.
The Pale can damage the mind?
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter.
Oh, that's interesting. Past information that is degrading. Rarefied past.
They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
Who says and who argues? What does this over-radiation feel like? Okay, let's let who says and who argues? Probably scientists, right?
The logical positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
Logical positivists and dialectical materialists. Okay. What does this over-radiation feel like?
It feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of pale exposure per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of pale transit annually.
How do you train for that? Is what I'm interested in right now.
Perhaps that explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories. Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Yeah, wasn't she called the Pale Driver or something? What a fascinating concept. Do lorry drivers pass the pale? Are you over-radiated? You're not a civilian. Wait, we've been over this already. Weird repetition of that question here. My package arrived 30 minutes after the scam email. Nice. I mean, that's probably coincidence, right? I don't expect they actually have information on what you're expecting. Or do they somehow... I don't know. Do lorry drivers pass the pale?
Yes, carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Are you over-radiated?
Up to my gills, officer.
What is anthroponetic?
Entreponetics is the scientific study of the pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
So, anthroponetics. Anthroponetics. I wonder if the root here comes from entropy. The study reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassian, which, as far as I remember, I have notes on that. Yeah, because we talked about the Pericarnassian church, so I think those were the people who lived prior to, you know, sort of modern civilization. They called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super E Solar. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere. Even then, surrounding them,
Oh yeah, wasn't there a mention? I think I remember during a conversation. I don't remember with who though. But wasn't there a thing about the continents used to be different? It's a bit like Pangea, right? The continents all used to be like bundled together. I think I may have read something about that. Sort of brings back a memory. But I don't remember if it was a book or something. Did they cross it, the Western Plain?
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What has anthropometics changed then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic craft?
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended.
Sure.
Once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale. In essence, we throw them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
And if we do not?
Then they don't.
gone like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
It's such a fascinating concept, man. I love it. It's so hard to even like imagine visually, right? I'm sort of imagining a sort of again, it's interesting because it sort of reminds me of I've mentioned that in the past, but it sort of reminds me of the nothing in Neverending Story, right? Which also thematically revolves around the idea of the past and memories and imagination, specifically in the Neverending Story, right? That idea that the nothing taking over Fantasia is because people forget that it exists. Fantasia exists in the Neverending Story because people have imagination and fantasies, right? All the things they're imagining take form in this world. And the more they grow up and the more they forget and the more the world changes, the less people, you know, are imagining things and having that sort of fantasy and whimsy inside their you know, their souls, and the more Fantasia gets eaten up by the nothing. And I wonder if there's something a bit similar here. But in sort of a different way. The more time passes, and the more the, you know, if the Pale is indeed sort of a materialization of the past, well, the more time passes, the more the Pale grows, of course, because there's more past, right? And the fact that, you know, I mean, you could thematically or symbolically, you could go a little further and think about how the past is just taking more and more space, you know. Because you can't escape your, like, the older you grow and the more your past is taking up space and your life is not extending. Right, there's an end to your life that's gonna happen at some point, so it's not extending. You don't get more space for your life to happen. It's just more and more of the past. If you look at your life as a whole, the past is taking more and more space. That's logical. A couple seconds before your death, the only thing, you know, like, if you're a few seconds before your death, there's nothing more than just past, right? Memories. If you even remember them. That's another question. But so it sort of feels like thematically this fits into the world that seems to have no real future, right? And our character being completely eaten up by its past, this whole sort of monolithic past of our character that we can't seem to fully grasp yet. That iceberg under the surface that is our character's past that we're slowly uncovering, and that seems to have so much impact on everything. But I think it all sorts of fits in that symbolism, right? Now, obviously, trying to think. Like I've mentioned, you know, since the beginning that there was a feeling that the world was not really what it seemed. And I was wondering if this all could be a sort of afterlife of some kind, right? Because of the way the game introduces itself, right? With us being in this sort of limbo with our primal brain and all that, and then suddenly like coming out of it naked like a newborn baby, and just this whole world that we don't seem to know about. Which obviously, you know, there's not a lot of substance to that theory, but it's just a thought that I had initially. But I think in a weird way, it does sort of fit that idea of the past taking more and more space in this world. Again, as more and more people come in, as you would imagine, people, you know, arrive in this sort of world and bring their whole past with them, sort of, that just stagnates there. The pale outweighs reality 2-1. There's more pale than there is. An interesting idea. The ratio is slipping. One second, let's go with some. I'll be right there with you, Moppa. 1 second. Sorry about that. Mopo, thank you so much for the resub, 15 months. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate the support. And Mopo, you will be remembered. How are you doing today? Good to see you. Alright, anyway, let's keep going. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate.
An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
It's not extreme at all. It's going to happen. We've seen it. The end times. We talked about it. I think the apocalyptic cop may have had an angle. He may have been right. Apocalypse Cub. I can't believe it's my lower one. It's one of the most fascinating concepts of this whole game. I should have been more into the apocalypse. I would have been right. Cover everything that can be. Where would we go? Stay silent. What's up, NJ? Global pale warming. The pale climate change. What's happening? I mean, it does sort of make sense, right? If it's like the it's like the expansion of the universe, right? There's more and more space between matter, and therefore the overall amount of energy of the the total amount of energy in the universe is diffusing up to the point where it's going to be so spread out that nothing is going to move anymore. Eat death of the universe. That's sort of like what I believe, most scientists would say is the ultimate fate of our universe, right? Based on what we know. Obviously, it would be very different in practice, but thankfully none of us will be there by that point. So, but this sort of reminds me of the same thing, right? The pale, except here it's like the pale expands and takes over everything. So it's not that hard to imagine that it's going to happen. Like, I mean, I don't see what the alternative would be based on what we know. Outer Wilds vibes intensifies. Sort of, yeah. I mean, I would love to have a conversation about Outer Wilds, but we can't for spoiler reasons. Yeah, Warren, you're an optimistic. Well, what's up, Senta? Sentas are primordial and eternal. Oh, look at you. When all is gone, Senta will remain. I mean, this doesn't feel like an extreme take at all, which is interesting. In my opinion, it says a lot about her as a character there. The fact that she thinks this is extremist talk, right? Because to me, that doesn't seem like an extreme take whatsoever. It seems logical. I mean, she even says it herself, like an intuitive conclusion. What's the alternative if not, right? Is there any scientific evidence that this expansion would stop at some point? The Andromeda Galaxy will merge with the Milky Way in 4.5 million years. Yep. And if we were alive to see it, we would barely notice it. That's the crazy part about that, is if for some reason we were, still alive when it happens, we would literally not notice anything. I mean, the sky would look different a little bit, of course. But on a day-to-day basis, like, literally nothing would change. Because it's such a slow and... It's such a slow process on a scale that is so large that, from our limited perspective as human beings, it would look as if nothing's happening. Yeah. A lot of FF12 today, getting close to the end. Nice, Mopo. Nice, nice. How have you been enjoying it? Who knew paint drying was more exciting watch than two galaxies merging? Hey, it happens on a much shorter scale. It is definitely more interesting from our perspective. For sure. Now, here's the funny thing. If you could accelerate the process and watch it from a very distant vantage point, right? It would probably be fascinating to see the galaxies merging, right? You could accelerate the, time and sort of watch the whole dance of the stars and the galactic centers. But similarly, watching paint dry is probably very, boring from our human perspective. But if you could dive into the microscopic phenomenon of the particles, the state of particles changing as the paint is drying, maybe slow it down, maybe accelerate it. I'm not sure which would be better, but it would probably be fascinating to watch, right? Those are just things that our perspective as human beings makes boring. Because we have a very specific frame of reference as humans, right? It's a very specific paradigm. And we're... like, the things we find interesting are the things that make sense on our scale, both of time and space, right? A fire. Watching a fire is awesome because... I don't know you, but I love watching a fire, right? I love watching the flames dance and all of that because it works on a scale that is interesting for humans. If you were to change the scale, both in scope or passage of time, it would probably not be very interesting. Oh yeah, no, yeah, absolutely, JR. Nothing's gonna really happen. It's just gonna be a weird dance that eventually is gonna stabilize, and it'll be just a super galaxy, right? There's a chance, based on what I remember reading, there's a chance that some like star systems are gonna be like ejected, especially like in the borders. Some of them may just be ejected because of the gravitational forces at play. But so you can imagine like a rogue star and its planets just drifting away forever, alone in the universe. But even that, like on a even that on a human scale would look like nothing, right? Would just be a very dark sky, I guess, if we were on one of those rogue systems. Assuming the rest remains constant and sustains life, but... Are you saying more people would enjoy the stream if humans lived longer lives? Wow, Jesus, Warren. What did I do to deserve that? Yeah, probably, JR. Assuming everything remains constant outside of that, which, there's a lot of forces at play there, gravitational forces, so... Who knows what changes could happen if suddenly the system was not part of the galaxy anymore. Probably, nothing significant for us humans, but... At least, again, not on a scale that's perceptible for a single human being. Lego? Nice. But yeah, it's very interesting to think about all those things from like to realize that sort of our perception as humans is really limiting in the things we can observe and in a meaningful way, right? And I think a good practical way of observing that is, have you ever seen those time lapses, videos, time lapses of stuff under a microscope, for instance, a microscope of like cells of our body or something, or even microscopic organisms sped up, and you can see like all those things happening, and then you realize this is stuff that's happening in our bodies or even on our skin constantly, right? We just don't really pay attention to it or see it because it's outside of the scope of our observation. But Project Hail Mary has been picked up as a movie with Ryan Gosling starring. Interesting. Is that's the Andy Weir new book, right? Still need to read that one. Man, Ryan Gosling is getting work these days. Jeez. You really enjoyed it? Yeah, I would need to read that book at some point. So many books. Yeah, apparently it's just been greenlit, Gabe. A book that I really wish they turned into a movie or a TV show probably would only carry one season, but if it was a TV show, it would probably carry one season. It could be a movie, but I think it would work better as a TV show. In fact, I don't know if it would work in visual media, but I would like to see it. Is Spin by Robert Charles Wilson. I don't know if you read Spin. If you haven't, I highly recommend it. I don't think the sequels... There's 3 books in the series. I don't think the sequels are that great or even necessary. You can definitely ignore them. Like, the first book is very... In my opinion, self-contains very well. But yeah, Spin was absolutely fascinating. What a great book. What's up, Frosty? There are so many interesting concepts in Spin about like the relativity of the passage of time. Basically, the premise of Spin is the very basic premise, right? That's the back cover, basically. Is that one day suddenly the stars disappear. Like, people look up and the stars have disappeared. And the reason for their disappearance, again, that's back cover content, is that a membrane has surrounded the Earth. An impassable membrane has surrounded the Earth somewhere just outside of orbit. And time outside of the membrane seems to be passing at an exponentially increasing rate. I don't remember if it's an exponentially increasing rate or if it's... But anyway, time outside of a membrane is passing a lot faster than inside, is basically the idea. So, yeah. Basically everything on the Earth is passing slower than outside. We don't know who put the membrane there. We don't know, you know, exactly what's going on, but it's just a phenomenon that's happening. And the book follows a scientist that is, you know, studying the phenomenon, so to speak. What's the name again? Spin, by Robert Charles Wilson. One of my favorite sci-fi novels of all time. Concept's amazing, execution's amazing, characters are fantastic. And I don't know if you've read Wilson before, but he has such a unique take on sci-fi. It's always those crazy concepts, but the book just plays out as a just contemporary character drama. Like, it's so interesting. It almost doesn't feel like reading sci-fi, but the concepts are completely out there. It's just wild. Really fascinating writing style. And if you like it, he has another novel called Blind Lake, which could be even better. Blind Lake was it Blind Lake? Hold on, I read them in French, so that the titles are a bit different. Yeah, Blind Lake. That one was crazy too. Yeah, Blind Lake was insane. But yeah, I feel like if those concepts about the Pale and all that right now are something that appeals to you in Disco Elysium, I think Spin is a good read. I think it's you know, very different, but I think a lot of the themes seem some sort of similar in a way. There's definitely a lot of, I don't know, similar flavors, if I could put it this way. I mean, I'm gonna say it's not extreme at all. It's going to happen. I mean, it seems like a logical conclusion. I don't, you know, it feels a bit pretentious of me to say that, as I'm not a scientist and I have no idea exactly of the details, but that's what it feels to me based on what she told us, right? I could also stay silent and see what she has to say, but... It's not extreme at all. It's going to happen. Let's see.
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
So it's interesting because my first reaction to reading this was, oh, those, you know, those organizations and governments, corporations, you know, religion, they want to ignore that there's a time limit to all of this, right? They want to ignore that there's a programmed end to their existence. And then it took me 1 second for my brain to be like, oh yeah, just like the, you know, human life, basically. It's very existentialist as a, as a sort of little moment there of, oh yeah, there's an end date to all of this. Like, it is going to end. You cannot escape it. And again, it goes back to what I was saying just earlier, right? That thematic idea of the more you approach your death, the more the past covers everything. All of your life is your past, you know? I don't know, I'm 41. I'm going by averages and statistics. Half of my life currently is my past, right? The past is half of my existence. If my existence was this world, the Pale would cover half of it. And it would keep growing, and it feels like it's going at an exponential rate because you know, time is seemingly going faster and faster. More than half? I don't know. The average in Switzerland is pretty high. Hold on. Switzerland average life expectancy 83 years. I'm like bang on middle right now. 41 point. I'm a little over 40. I'm at 41.5, right? 6 months until my birthday. Oh yeah, I'm exactly at the middle, actually. Bang on in the middle. So now, considering, you know, that so far I've had a pretty, you know, I'm not working manual labor. I'm not killing myself in the weather. I'm, you know, I'm not a smoker. I'm not doing drugs. I don't drink very much. I haven't been drinking very much in the past decade, right? When I was younger, I was drinking here and there. But like in the past decade, you know, I haven't had a drop of alcohol in like almost a year now. And before that, you know, it was years as well. I don't know. Let's say I haven't had the most crazy and healthy lifestyle. Well, I mean, I am sitting on my ass almost all day, so that's not great. But yeah, I think there's a chance that I get to the average life expectancy. Provided, you know, outside of, obviously, you never know, right? Statistics are what they are. They're not on an individual level. None of that matters. But there's a decent chance that I would reach the average life expectancy. I think the biggest threat to my life is probably mental health. I don't know. I'm not sure. Or maybe poverty and starvation. Who knows? Although I'm in Switzerland, I'm pretty sure, you know, social services in Switzerland wouldn't let me die, probably, right? The goal is to postpone death as long as possible. Well, it can be a goal for some people, yeah. Probably not for everyone, though, but... What's up, Sting? How are you doing today? Maybe get a funny tie to lighten up the life expectancy. Yeah, I don't have funny ties. In fact, I don't even think I have a tie right now. Maybe one somewhere. My cousin's getting married this year. I should probably get a tie at some point. You thought life expectancy would be higher than that in Switzerland? I mean, 83 years is pretty good, isn't it? It seems way above average. Isn't life expectancy like in the low 70s in the US or something crazy? I also wonder how much COVID changed those stats over the last 5 years. There's a chance it, you know, may have affected those numbers a little bit. 77, okay. Yeah, that's not too bad. I don't know, man. Based on the first half of this whole thing, do I really want another half of that? I don't know, man. Going through it with a healthy body, like being young, was already pretty much, you know, it was pretty rough sometimes. So getting through the other half with a decaying body, I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure I'm very excited about all of this. I don't know. According to Wikipedia, Switzerland is on 4th place in terms of life expectancy. Okay, let me guess. In the top 3, probably Japan, Luxembourg maybe, Norway. Did I hit any of those? Japan? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Which is wild because they have such a crazy work culture that apparently adds a lot of stress, and, you know, I think I've heard like suicide rates are pretty high in Japan and all that. It's crazy that their life expectancy is so high. Has to be something with the diet, maybe. I don't know. Well, I mean, it could be just purely genetical factors, right? But, no. Hong Kong and Macau. Okay. Grandma lived to be 100. Last 10 were painful to watch. Yeah. That's somewhat surprising. Wait, what is? Gabe? I was listening to Unspool the other day, and the host was saying that she still think that they will cure death in a non-logical way. And each year she worries her body's getting older and worries that she would be stuck as an old woman. Well, I mean, there's definitely speculation, Rico, right? That the first immortal human may have already been born. Obviously, those are, you know, those speculations come from people like futurists, right? People who are very hopeful about the future of science and the exponential progress of medicine once we hit a certain point, right? Especially with the help of artificial intelligence and you know, sort of technological singularity concepts, right? Like when you reach a certain point, suddenly like it starts accelerating exponentially because sort of like the computers sort of start solving problems on their own without us doing anything about it. But it brings a whole host of problems, right? If suddenly death wasn't a thing anymore. I think it would change society in a very deep and I was gonna say meaningful, but scary may be a better term. Way. Yeah, I mean, it brings a whole lot of concerns about, you know, financial, logistical, right? Where do we put people? I mean, there's enough space in the world, right? Like, but it's about being able to live in those spaces. It's not very practical in many instances, so. Now, obviously, if you assume that technology reaches that point, you would assume that it's also going to help solve some of these problems by, you know, virtue of technological advancement, but that's an optimistic way of looking at it, for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting science fiction-ish dream, Rian King. I'm not sure if it's something we'll ever see, but yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thought. But here's the thing, like even taking into account that sort of science fiction-ish idea of uploading our brains, right? Does consciousness transfer with it? Or does it become a different entity altogether? That's an interesting, you know. Like, does my consciousness suddenly transfer and feel like, oh, I am now in this artificial container as the person that I was, right? Just because my memories and my thought processes are the same, so am I still me, or is it just a copy of myself, right? And it becomes a copy of myself that starts working on its own, but it's a different individual, right? And I will still die with my physical shell. Because I can imagine, you know, even in a... It's a bit of a crazy scenario, but let's imagine that I can transfer my brain, my conscience and all that. It's still only a copy, right? Like, it's not actually transferring everything, it's just copying it. Theseus ship, but sci-fi. Yeah. This is the question posed by one of my favorite game narratives. I would ask which game, but then it could be a spoiler if I ever play it. Same question with the teleporter in Star Trek. So, this is an interesting idea because, like, teleporters, like the concept of teleporters, usually the original material disappears, right? So, like, it removes the matter in one place and it recreates the matter in another place. Which obviously scientifically is a big, you know, like, how do you, like, matter needs to, there needs to be a residue. I don't think you can just displace, well, I mean, again, like, that's, we're talking about, like, how do the teleporting rules work, right? It can just not exist and then exist. Yeah, yeah. Conservation of energy and all that. But I feel like the typical sci-fi teleportation idea is that your matter, the matter that constitutes your body is just transported, right? It's just moved through space, so there's no loss of material, there's no loss of energy, there's no, you know, it's just like moved somehow. Which I think is a bit different than the idea of uploading your brain in a machine, for instance. Because then, I believe if you were uploading your brain, you're not removing your physical brain. You're just uploading sort of the... It's sort of like creating a mental copy of your brain and your synapses and all that in a computer that simulates it, right? That's the idea. So that would only be a copy. You're not moving your actual brain and memory and I mean, at least that's how I imagine it, right? So then your conscience wouldn't transfer. It would just be a different you. An artificial clone of yourself, right? You know what? I hope we never found out. I hope we never find out. I hope I will never find out. I don't want to... I don't think I want to live forever. There's a part of me that would really like to live forever if I could. I don't know how you guys feel about that. But personally, there's a part of me that's like, I would love to live forever because I want to keep seeing where things go. I want to see if we're ever going to conquer the stars. I want to see what video games are going to be like in the future. I want to see, you know, if we're ever going to find other intelligent life out there. There's so many things for which I would like to live forever. But then there's actually living that is necessary with it. And all the, you know, the hurdles to just living, right? What's up, Glegor? Scientific curiosity versus loss of humanity, yeah. Well, yeah, $10, sure, but there's two things here. First, what happens to the remains of your body that was destroyed? Because that's going to leave something behind, which could be just dust, right? That doesn't matter, but... And out of what does it make a copy at the target location? It needs matter to recreate you, right? Where does it get that matter? Is it like a 3D printer made out of... You know, what is the material that is being used to recreate you at the target location? Have I played Soma? No. People have mentioned it in the past, but I haven't played it. Yeah, Rico? Hmm. I want to die before the AI shenanigans reach critical mass. I mean, there's something really interesting about the evolution of artificial intelligence, but not in the way in which we're seeing it being applied now. You know, for advertisement algorithm and shitty art, right? Art. I don't consider it art myself, but... I think there's something interesting about it. I'm fascinated by the idea of... By the idea of the singularity, right? The technological singularity. The idea that at some point, we're able to create an artificial intelligence that is superior to our own. And reaching that point, by definition, logically, that superior form of intelligence should be able to create a even better version of itself, right? Since we were able to do so, a better intelligence than us should be able to create a better version of itself. And then it gets out of hand, right? because it just starts scaling exponentially by creating better versions of itself constantly. That's an interesting thought, because I feel like the technological progress is there, and automation to help humanity could be very interesting, as long as it wouldn't be exploited by, you know, the tippy top of the mountain, which is the big if in that equation. But 3D printing, 3D printers, basically, Shagrat. That's basically the idea, yes. How are you today? Good to see you. So yeah, I don't know. There's something... There's a part of me that's optimistic and that thinks that this could solve a lot of issues. But in reality, I think it's just going to be exploited for monetary gain by a few people. I don't trust humans. Yeah. Oh, it is sorrow, yeah. I think the idea here, sorrow, is more about the autonomy. I think autonomy is probably the key factor, right? At least in the context of the conversation that I'm having right now, Sorrow, I think it's the idea that the computer would be able to not only come up with the problem and also solve it almost at the same time, right? It's like, oh, here's the problem I need to solve, here's the solution. Next. And therefore it keeps, you know, like, it sort of self-improves and reaches a point where we can trust computers to kind of fix civilization, right? Oh, no, 1-2. It's just like we went from the idea of what the game talked about and sort of talking about the, you know, futurism in general. Yeah. Yeah, Dax. That's nice, Nibiru. Good work. Still got the neck tension? No, actually, interesting. Before you asked, Chagrat, I didn't think about it. And now I'm like, oh, yeah, I can feel a little something here, but I'm pretty good today. Also slept a lot better. So, very happy. Thanks for making me think about it, because now I'm like, hey, I feel good. Awesome. The things we take for granted, right? Properly moving neck with no tension. I look better too? Oh, that's just because I shaved and trimmed my stash. I did a bit of cleaning yesterday. So, that's the only reason why I look better. I'm cleaned up. I don't know, Sorrow. Maybe you should read my second novel. It touches on that a little bit. It's the demeanor and the glow. Okay, well, maybe it's just I like... This is a topic of conversation I'm very passionate about. You know, as a... Obviously, as a writer who... you know, wrote books taking place in the future. I'm fascinated by the idea of those things. Those are definitely themes and ideas that come up in my books, so... pretty interesting. But yeah, my second novel touches on that, Sorrow. The idea of a potential futuristic, like post-singularity artificial intelligence. And the emotions that it would feel, right? If we assume that a post-singularity intelligence, artificial intelligence, is superior to a human one, as in more complete, right? Wouldn't it also experience emotions the way we do? And how would that affect it? Could it fall in love? Could it, you know, be angry? Could it, you know, are all those things possible? I don't know. Post-singularity? Well, the idea of the technological singularity is defined, my understanding at least, by the point at which an artificial intelligence becomes superior to a human one. In that it means that it can now improve itself on its own, right? It doesn't need a human to work on it anymore. Basically, by the logic of it is, if we were able to create an intelligence that's superior to ours, this intelligence is also capable of creating a better version of itself, right? That's basically the idea. And that would reach to like almost instantaneous crazy progression of you know, escalation of technological capacity, because, well, there's nothing stopping it, right? Except material concerns, I guess. The amount of energy required, which is probably the biggest hurdle we have in terms of... The biggest hurdle we have in simulating a brain or something superior to a human brain is the energy required, right? That's going to be the big... I feel like the big bottleneck. So we would have to solve that first. And again, I'm not an expert on the topic. I'm just a, you know, just a sci-fi writer. So my research is obviously not perfect. That's my understanding of it, at least. Have you read the Murderbot Diaries? I think you would like this little book. They're fun. I haven't, no, Shagrat. But I'll look into it. Thank you. Murderbot Diaries. I love the title. Really great. Yeah, Nibiru. I was never a big Trekkie. Never got into it. Maybe I should. Maybe I should try one day. Star Trek always... When I was younger and it was on TV, it always felt a little dry to me. I don't know how to explain it, but... Follow the guide like Nas did? I wish I could. My brain probably wouldn't let me. $10. If I watch something, I need to watch everything. Man crush on Patrick Stewart. Fair. Totally fair, Nibiru. Finally done with the workout. Nice. Good work. Good work. Yeah. But yeah, Soro, I mean, if you're interested in reading the books, you know, I would love to discuss them with you after you're done. There's interestingly, I think in my first novel, there's a few elements that would, that sort of thematically fit with this, what I've seen of Disco Elysium, and especially those conversations about the Pale and all that, like the way, like the past manifests potentially itself through some actual material substance. Very interesting. But yeah, all of this conversation because we were talking about the Pale taking over everything, right? To go back to 1-2's question. We were talking about the Pale that is slowly taking over everything, expanding. And then she mentioned, you know, most people, private government, organizations, civilization, religions find handy ways to ignore and downplay that knowledge. And I've said, it's interesting because when I read that, I'm thinking, oh, they're just ignoring, like, typical corporations, ignoring that there's going to be an end to it all, just thinking about the immediate, you know, benefits and profits and all that. They're just happy to ignore that, you know, there's going to be an end to all of this. And then instantly my brain goes, yeah, just like human life. You're spending your entire day ignoring the fact that the older you get, the more the past, quote unquote, the Pale, represents more and more of your existence. And that's a very interesting concept. Which thematically seems to be what they're going for here. It's a symbolic, right? Symbolically, that is what it is. The closer you are to death, the more the past takes a portion of your overall existence. This is making me sad. I know, it's pretty... Yeah, it's pretty existential dread right there, huh? It is what it is. There's not too much to be gained about worrying about something you can change. That is true, but I wish it was that easy, right? Oh, I mean, I can change it. Just let's just not think and worry about it. And I know some people can do that, and I'm very envious of those people. I can't. My inland empire wouldn't let me. My inland empire is like, nope, no can do. Or we're gonna think about that every fucking day for the rest of our lives. It's a skill you can develop? I'm sure. I choose to play video games instead and... Well, most of the time forget about all of this. Except when the game's actually talking about it. Let's see what Inland Empire has to say about that.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good, Sorrel. Maybe you're one of those people that can change that. I don't think everyone can, though. And maybe that's a bit pessimistic, fatalist, but I don't think everyone can. I think it's one of those things, you know, that some people are just not wired to be able to stop that. Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends how we define can, right? Donnie Darko would have used Inland Empire. Maybe. Off we go into the wild pale yonder.
One and all. They say pale is death, but for the universe.
Yep. It's such a nice and direct representation of, you know, the ultimate fate of the world in a way that feels a lot more direct than what it is in real life. Well, I mean, then again, if we look at, like, just ignoring the rest of the universe and just thinking about the Earth. It seems like we were easily ignoring some of the more direct threats on our existence, right? Climate change and all that. Hmm. There's definitely maybe a theme that we can attach to this without going full existential. Just looking at, you know, the Earth and how it moves and how it changes. Sorry. What's up, Infamous? Question about the game. Can someone whisper me? Well, there you go, Glegor. I don't know. Hopefully someone will.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind? That is an interesting way to phrase it. Why is there to leave? Why should we just leave and leave? I'm assuming $10 that Glegor's question is stuff that I may not have experienced yet. Oh, how do I know which emotion will be reacting before clicking? It's a combination between the color of the continue button, right? The color of the continue button is related to which category it's gonna be, right? And then within that category, it's usually the one that's very high, right? So when it's purple, there's a good chance it's gonna be Inland Empire and Empathy. If it's blue, there's a good chance it's gonna be Rhetoric. If it's red, it's almost always Shivers. And if it's yellow, it's almost always Perception. And then context a little bit, right? Context is like, okay, you know, we're talking about like the Pale. So Inland Empire is going to be a big one here. If we're suddenly talking about like technical stuff or just lore, the world, political or historical stuff, it's almost usually encyclopedia. You know, it's... But sometimes I'm wrong, right? I'm not always right, but it's like sometimes you just feel like, okay, it's definitely going to be this one or this one. So I like sort of guessing. It's just sort of a mini game with myself of trying to guess which one it's going to be. But yeah, I think the more you play the game, the more you kind of get a sense for who would have an input at some point. But I'm often wrong because, you know, sometimes just someone just chimes in. Drama tends to come in when I least expect it. Yeah. The color is a big indicator, for sure. Yeah. Seems like I knew every time. I'm just lucky. Yeah. And then there's the necktie that just comes in whenever it wants. Yes. Alright, well, geez, that was a chunk. Let's return to reality, please. Conclude.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective.
Yes?
Is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
Nothing, just alcohol, fumes, and blackout. I sometimes sense vague shadows of a past, and it's not good. Oh, I like this one. I'm getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't notice. I think I'm gonna go with middle one there. I sometimes sense vague shadows of a past, and it's not good.
Then tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
Oh my lord! Oh, that's a lot of options right there. What do I think of the Pale? Number 1, it's terrifying. Number 2, you were right, it's disco. Number 3, it will end all life. Number 4, that we continue to persist is a testament to our faith in one another. Number 5, its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. Number 6, a powerful anti-communist force, perhaps too powerful, but still. they have it coming. Number 7, I'm worried. I have to say, it doesn't sound very liberal to me. Number 8, I don't know how you've all survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment. And number 9, who am I to think anything of it? It's interesting that our most fascinating conversations about some of the more I don't want to say metaphysical, but it's almost, you know, it almost is. But those grand lore conversations happen to be with a capitalistic pawn such as Joyce, who's just, well, that's a bit reductive, but who's basically the representative of a big corporation in the game world. I think that's a pretty interesting choice. One that I actually like quite a bit. For once, it's not a, I don't know, weird tribal sage character in a tent somewhere, right? None of that stereotypical cliches and tropes. No, just a rich, privileged, capitalistic girl on a boat. Funny. What do I think of the Pale, huh? So I can ignore number 7, number 6, and number 5. Those are a little too politically grounded for me. I don't know how you've all survived with it. It's a accomplishment. Who am I to think anything of it? We continue to persist at all is a testament to our faith in one another. It will end all life. You were right, it's disco. Or one, it's terrifying. It is a little terrifying. I agree. It will end all life. That seems factually true. I wish there was, I don't know, that there's not really an answer that fits my thoughts on it. I agree that it's terrifying, but more than terrifying, I think it's fascinating. And I'm not sure it's disco is it's a right way to phrase that. I'm very much not in tune with the disco side of things right now. I don't fully get it yet. I don't understand what disco is at this point in the game. I'm sure I'll learn in time. Fence-sitting Elysium. Yep. Okay, right now I'm mostly leaning towards it's terrifying and it will end all life. I'm not surprised you don't get it. What's that supposed to mean? Do I come off as not a very disco person? You're just not hip, you know? Oh. Hey, we are who we are. Nasrallah. I think it's terrifying is the closest to my general feelings about it. There's really something terrifying about it. It's vast, it's unstoppable, it's mysterious. The fact that it touches on the past, but in a very menacing way, right? It's not a beautiful nostalgic past that just sits there and makes you feel good. It's that sort of weight of regret and things you can't change that is slowly taking over and expanding. And the more you think about it, the more you add to it. No one has ever said a phrase like Daniel Matt is lit for real, for real. I don't know. I think Brendan may have said that at some point in his life. I feel like Brendan, there's a good chance that Brendan said it at some point. I don't know why. I don't know why Brendan, but, you know, I'm not buying it. He has, yeah, see? Rian King knows. Rian King watches Brendan religiously. Uncle Dan, wow, well, I feel old now. You are old. That is true. That is true. I am old. Thank you, Jesus. I'm fine with being old. Being young wasn't much better. Alright, I'm gonna go with it's terrifying. Final answer. That's all you have for me? Really? Her eyes tense. Crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and swollen face.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
She stops mid-sentence. I'll handle it, it's under control. This investigation will be my masterpiece, the one they remember me by, I promise. Yes, I'm in serious trouble here. It'll be a fucking disaster, I know it. All those people will die. This investigation will be my masterpiece, the one they remember me by, I promise. I'm an artist. I got this. Or, I'll handle it, it's under control. I mean, we've been doing great. I really think we've been doing great with the investigation. Joyce, have you seen the rolls I have on both Titus and Classier? Come on. 97% on both. I am nailing this. I have so many bonuses, there's almost not enough space on the screen to display all of them. This investigation will be my masterpiece, I promise.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent.
He is?
In the meanwhile...
Oh boy. What is it? Okay, see, here I think it's going to be... I don't know, actually. Could be Esprit de Corps, because we were talking about Kim. Could be Volition. Let's see.
Some of that assurance is
empathy.
meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
He gives you a slight bow. Okay. Why can I not talk about... It's interesting that I can't talk about the drug investigation.
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough.
A frisson lifts the hair on the back of your arm. Wind sweeps the surface of the bay.
The wind is sweeping the waters.
The world is a suzerainty.
I'm sorry, what is going on? Okay, so I've been through this conversation before, but I picked different choices, and I was like, okay, I need to maybe let's re-explore this angle. I was just a little mindlessly clicking because I was like, oh, I wish I could talk to her about the drug investigation for which we made quite a bit of progress. Maybe I need to wait for Kim to be back for that to be a thing. But then suddenly Shivers comes up with a phrase that I haven't seen before about the frisson, lifting the hair on the back of my arm. And then suddenly a voice that comes out of nowhere that I've never heard before in the game. That is some wild shit right now.
Of Revachol.
There is a term of endearment they coined for it in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
The world is a suzerainty of Revachol.
Elysium.
The world needs a term of endearment.
It does. There are those who would call it hell.
What is hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
I've got a clear picture. Let's proceed to another term.
Let's. I am, after all, bourgeois and female. Hardly the perfect ambassador for the world.
Your Shivers is shy. Shivers. Yeah. Yeah, that was very interesting. That's all for now.
Glad to have been of assistance.
Oh.
A little that I know. Anything else?
Oh yeah, we were in. Oh my god, we were in a completely different tree. We've asked her about the tattoos before, right? Do you know something about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
Oh, right. Why? How is you looking at the photo tied to the lynching?
Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
Sure.
She wants to answer the question.
Yeah.
Protocol keeps her from it.
Okay, so we need to progress on that. I spoke with the lorry man at the roundabout. Maybe I should wait for Kim to be here to talk about all of this? Let's see.
Yes, my eyes on the harbour
Ah,
have
shit!
sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
God damn it! I was hoping it would be a nested conversation that I could back away from. I just wanted to see if there was a new option. Ah! It's fine. Wait, where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter.
Well-
And I do apologise for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this.
Sure.
One of the tall buildings overlooking the roundabout, most likely. That would give them a read on the entire quarter.
Sure.
In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
She's trying to conceal her excitement, but the slight glimmer in her green eyes tells you otherwise.
Hold on, you seem anxious to know. Why is that? There will be an investigation, that is all I can say. You sent us on a wild goose chase, there's nothing to investigate. We turned up quite a few interesting things, actually. Ooh. I mean, I could choose to not tell her at all. If maybe I wanted to protect... What's her name? Ruby? And, you know, I'm sure someone like Tommy would be very happy with that. Hold on, you seem anxious to know. Why is that?
I've kept my eye on the Communers. Even tried to get to know one. It's a mystery I'm already invested in. Which one of them, if any, could organize such a complex operation?
We turned up quite a few interesting things, actually. And I can actually share information with her. Oh man, It's hard not to, even though I feel like I could potentially want to keep some of that information for myself. Let's see. Let's share. Let's see what we can share.
Ah, good to hear.
Oh,
I wouldn't
boy.
want to pry into a confidential police matter, but in the event you'd like to share more, I would like to know who it was.
It's a she, by the way. It seems the architect of the operation has gone missing. An abandoned lorry is near the statue. I saw a really advanced radio system with a lot of stations saved. I found research about something called ULAN. Frequency, or ULAN, I don't know. Frequencies related to the operation. I came upon a few hidden maps illustrating the range of the smuggling network. It's possible there is even a connection to La Puta Madre. It's a she, by the way.
Clever. Few suspect a woman in this sort of skullduggery. Good move on their part.
Skullduggery is such a fantastic word. I like it. It seems the architect of the operation has gone missing. An abandoned lorry is near the statue.
A runaway. Good work. This is a tangible lead towards solving the whole mystery.
She's a fan of vintage movie stars. The inside of the cab was plastered with posters.
We contain multitudes, do we not? It might not be pertinent to her profession, but who knows? It may help you find her yet.
Yeah, who knows?
She means you know her closer now. In some way, you know her soul a bit.
Yeah, she likes half-naked women. I feel like we're best friends, based on that information. I saw a really advanced radio system with a lot of stations saved.
That speaks of the vastness and sophistication of the operation. Were you able to examine the radio?
Unfortunately, the dial knob was missing. The radio itself was inoperative. There was a nerve center for the operation. She could contact a whole fleet of lorries.
Taking it out of commission will deal a blow to the smuggling network. Excellent work.
Sure. Found research about something called ULAN frequencies related to the operation.
High-intensity microwave frequencies. They're used for navigational purposes, to compress the inter-eastlery space. They may use it to communicate with incoming freighters.
To compress the inter-isolary space. So that, again, relates to the Pale, right? That she mentioned earlier that traversing the Pale sort of required compressing it to be able to traverse it faster. A very interesting concept. It's almost like that idea of, you know, wormholes to traverse large expanses of space, right? Sort of find a way to bend space together and go through it. There, the idea is compressing the Pale so that you can go through it without spending as much time. Less side effects.
Let's be honest, you have no idea what that meant. Inter-isolary microwave compression. Moving on.
Well, logic! I feel... medium failure. Oh, wow, great. I feel like I have a better understanding of what's happening than logic here. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm fooling myself, thinking that I understand what they mean. I came upon a few hidden maps illustrating the range of smuggling network.
First-rate find. That should tell you all you need to know about their network, I would imagine.
It's an octopus whose tentacles reach every corner of the city. Yes, they spread all over Jamrock and beyond. I couldn't even identify the exact points.
So this goes beyond Jamrock.
Yep.
At least you now understand the gravity of the situation. And those maps should prove very valuable indeed.
It's possible there's even a connection to La Puta Madre.
What is La Puta Madre?
A seriously bad guy. Better not to frighten you, ma'am. Seriously bad guy.
Well, he sounds very dangerous. I urge you to take care, officer. I wouldn't want anything to happen to you. Not with what's coming.
Not with what's coming. That's very ominous. I told you what I found. Now it's your turn.
I appreciate you placing your trust in me. Thank you again for looking into this matter. You have my gratitude, and the gratitude of Wild Pines Group.
Great.
Now, per our original agreement, it's time for me to share company secrets with you.
There's a change in her demeanor. A caution comes over her. A tension. I wish Kim was there for this, but it's fine.
I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
What was that about a bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
I've already heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike, but I need your testimony.
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
A momentary lapse of faith?
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker,
A member of the board.
a member of the board.
I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
Do you need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Were they?
Crenell,
Yeah.
an Odonese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating.
Okay.
They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment. The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman. while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him.
Tell me something I don't know.
He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night.
What then?
Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbour. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now.
For now?
It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
Uh-oh. So she's not really giving us any new information here, except that final part. There's more Crenell contractors that are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. You've made a mess here. I have to say this is not Disco. Maybe the investigations can team up. You know, share resources and intelligence. Boy, oh boy, that is not good. I'm gonna go with boy, oh boy. Is that not good?
It's not good. No. My only hope is that you provide a single concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put,
She grabs a hold of the mainsail.
if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
So it is kind of funny that it appears, at least from what we've seen so far, and maybe that will prove to be wrong, but it appears that one of our main suspects is also the same person that he's leading like, is organizing the drug ring. But again, I mean, the game suggested that maybe Ruby was a suspect. I'm not too sure about that. I mean, I understand why, but I don't know, it feels too simple.
The Union has over 2,000 men.
The numbers are against them, 1,000 to 1. What can they do against the Union? There seem to be a lot of them. Pretty much the same. That's pretty much the same thing, right? 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, detective? It's not pretty.
I have not actually, but I can imagine.
The Serai's giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
Okay, is there a YouTube video showing a hornet attacking a beehive? Because I would love to see that. Out of sheer curiosity. That sounds wild.
These men work in tandem using semi and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
There are plenty. Nice. I'm gonna have to look that up after the stream. Hold on, let me open a tab. Hornet attacking beehive. There. Hornets are assholes? Yes, very much so. Hate them.
As I said, a bloodbath.
I can see it happen. Too many things would have to go wrong first. I can't see it happen, sorry. Too many things would have to go wrong first. Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing? I think the confrontation is inevitable. Man, I don't know. I mean, Oh man, I feel like I'm gonna be put in a situation where I have like someone to pin it on, but it's gonna be something that I don't want to do, and I'm gonna have to make a choice. I'm already hating that. Isn't this a pretty bleak scenario you're describing? Question mark.
Many bleak scenarios have already come true. Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois.
She looks at you, eyes damp from the wind.
All we can do is keep the rest from following suit. One single, concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
Alright, well. Man, we have some work on our plates, I guess. Dude, I have so many skill points. What the hell? What can you tell me about Crenel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell.
Okay.
Down a deep, black well.
Thank you, Inland Empire. Very useful.
They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Okay, anything else you can tell me?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources.
Things.
If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
She thinks. I have no idea what you're talking about. Probably I'm gonna say no. If you still have access to the ICP database... Wait. If you still have access to the ICP database... I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ah, yes, your condition. The International Collaborative Police maintains a database for these sorts of things. Perhaps you should consult it. It was just a suggestion.
I'm gonna have to check the car for that. Let me take a note. Check car radio to see if I can access the ICP database. Could you contact the company? Tell them to call them off.
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
Okay.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
You said the deceased assaulted a woman.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
What's up, Gaijin? How are you today? What did this teenager by the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
It's interesting. There's a little bit of a... I don't even know how to call it, but... We clearly know a lot more information about this. And this does not feel like it's... You know, it feels like we should have had that conversation prior to all the discoveries we made. I mean, it could... I could also very easily accept this as me being, you know, secretive about the information I have and being like, oh yeah, no, I've heard about that, right? But... It does feel like there's a bit of a... desync there between the two elements of the story.
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
Okay, I know the woman you're talking about. We have it under control. That's the first acknowledgement that we're already on this case. Or I can not mention it. And who was this woman? Which is a good way to get more information. Okay, so nice. The game sort of reconciles with the idea that we're hiding information from her and just questioning, which is nice. Makes it feel more logical. It's in your top 3 games. Nice, nice. I'm really liking it, Gaijin. We've been on this for a while. I don't remember what number stream this is, but 27, I think. Yeah, we've been in there for over a month now. So, a lot of fun. Taking it slow and you know, in depth as usual. I'm not going to mention it. Who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the Colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
I would love to talk to those 2 other colleagues. This Colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
This playthrough started at Disco December. Yes, that is true.
You don't know how you know. It's not written on her face, nor in her voice. But she had sympathy for this man.
You liked him?
Liked is a bit strong. He was the most charismatic among them. He handled all the talking. His departure left a major gap in the group's communication skills.
And his name was?
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely.
Yeah.
He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
I know his full name. Elias something. I haven't memorized the family name, but... it was a Dutch-sounding name. I'm sure I'll get reminded at some point. Should have taken a note. Tell me about the others first.
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well.
Oh yeah, I was talking to him on the video,
woman,
on the
Phyllis
tape.
DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
Okay. This Lely, anything else? Nationality? How old would you say he was?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own.
Okay.
In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it, through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the remaining 2 mercs now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
I still need to know where they are. I'll confront them directly. I'll steer clear for the moment. I still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
+1 sent by the Pines. +1 scab leader murder bad reply. Scab leader bad acting. Didn't pass the background check. Okay, so the scab leader's one of them. Got it. I don't know, maybe not, but... I mean, I'm gonna do it. It's a red check, but it can't get any better, right? I need a 10, and I'm basically at 10, right? Yeah. So I can only lose with a double 1.
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbour gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise.
So this is very interesting, because I initially, you know, I had that suspicion that this guy was a plant by the company to sort of undermine the strike. But turns out it's a little more complex than that. It was part of that mercenary group that they hired initially, the company. Yeah, Mark. Well, I barely didn't make it. I did get a 1. I was 1 dice away from disaster there.
The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout. They were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
In a building south of the roundabout. Which building, though? This? I haven't seen that building. I mean, I've seen there is... No, I remember there's a building next to... like one of the trucks behind Sealang. Let's see. Well, I'll look into it. One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates, the scab leader.
That may be so.
She's...
I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
She's poised and unperturbed. Yeah?
The situation at the gates is a powder keg. She says she wants to avert catastrophe, but that's where she draws the line. I call bullshit.
Okay. Rhetoric has opinions. One is probably in a building overlooking the roundabout.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
I had another question for you.
I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
What? You mean you don't know what's going on? That is less than reassuring. Yes, less than reassuring is the right way to put this. Do you mean you don't know what's going on?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
There's a brief silence. Seagulls squawk over the bay.
5 days, not more. Maybe sooner.
Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. 5 days from now or 5 days total? Because if it's 5 days totals, we're... Uh-oh.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
That's enough for now. Conclude.
I am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask.
Now, can you tell me about these tattoos? Show her the photo.
Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
She reaches over the guard wire and takes the photo, holds it in her hand.
For about half a minute, in silence. She wears fingerless gloves. Her fingernails are cut short and fractured, like those of a working woman.
Stay quiet. Observe the woman's expression.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface. She has no excess of emotions for this cadaver. Has she seen dead bodies before? It's likely.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars.
She points to one of the photo paper.
I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Say nothing.
Port cities. On the oceans. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Delorian century. As early as 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What is the use of this map? What travels did the dead man make? Who could tell me more? That's all for the tattoos. Thank you for your help. What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
Where is he now?
This one's going nowhere but the morgue. I've spoken to him. For now, the soul is fastened inside his corpse. This one has flown quite far by now. Nowhere. There is no soul. This is a weird thing to say, but I like it. Let's stay weird. We'll see. We've been weird, let's stay weird. I've spoken to him, for now the soul is fastened inside his corpse.
That is precisely what the sailors feared when they drew these maps. A fear of drowning within one's own corpse.
What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
And then what?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semnes Islands, then this.
She points to his heart. What is that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
Okay.
The old world passing by, and the new world already here.
You said you can't read it. Seems like you can.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
Okay.
In Martinez looking into Krenel, he writes in one. Then the man puts down his pen and rubs his temples with both hands. Outside, there is a siren. Distant gunshots on the streets of the Jamrock Quarter.
This man is no brother of mine, but this is his service history? Yeah, we mentioned that in the past already, right?
That makes sense to me. We have no more use for a map of the waterways, just like we don't need sailors the way we used to. This is what the custom would morph into on the Occident. Mercenary tattoos.
For all the boys looking for adventure, a blood spatter on the seas.
Who could tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
It's okay. Alright.
It could go this or the other way. Maybe if you're tactful, it could be beneficial.
I need the information, mark it down, ask the mercs about the tattoos. Yeah, why not? I'm not afraid of them.
Do what you have to do, Detective Dubois. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security.
Did she say
but if
tutu?
you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
That's all for the tattoos. Thank you for your help.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
I think that's it for now. Oh, boy. Okay. That was a conversation and a half right there. Anything unlocked? Nope. Don't like it. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7 skill points. Jeez. Yeah, that was a conversation and a half right there. Jeez. Alright, I think I'm gonna put a point in conceptualization. I do like conceptualization. And it does give me a good return on points by the checks that I'm getting anyway. Definitely putting a point in electrochemistry, trying to get the mirror check. I have to put one in composure. I mean, I have so many points. Composure gives me 2 different checks. This one's... hold on.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my...
Yeah, let me put a point in conceptualization. And then change the clothes. Alright, Cindy.
Hello again, officers.
92.
Have you come to admire my mural?
Okay, please. Please don't fail me now.
You don't have the skills to execute something like this in
Let's go.
practice. But, oh boy, the idea's going to blow her fucking mind.
You don't have the skills to execute something like this. Okay. I'm going to create a highly detailed skeleton of an ancient bird that went extinct 100 million years ago.
She squints her eyes.
And then I'm going to paint it red using heavy fuel oil. And then I'm going to fucking light it on fire.
On fire.
She whispers to herself. It's the Phoenix. Get it? What do you say?
I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that.
But I thought you'd like my idea. What's your problem? I'm sorry, was the image offensive? Did you survive an avian attack as a child? I'm gonna go with that, it's funny. I'm sorry, was the image offensive? Did you survive an avian attack as a child?
Didn't we all?
I mean, I don't think I did. Did anyone in chat ever survive an avian attack as a child? I don't think I was ever attacked by a bird. I mean, I don't think so, at least. That I can remember. Nothing traumatic. You don't want to talk about it. Okay. A swan. Oh, shit. Yeah. I have been chased by a goose one time. That is true. Yeah. On a farm. I am still being attacked. Oh yeah, right now?
I like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. I don't need this kind of competition in my neighborhood.
Oh, she's threatened. I see how it is. What's a delightful business, goose? A duck bit my finger when I was fitting it. Was an accident. We're bros now? Beautiful. I've been attacked by a pheasant. Alright. Looks like... Okay, never mind. I think Cindy was right. Everyone apparently has a past with avian assault. I wouldn't never have thought, but it is what it is. I'm sorry. There wasn't any voiceover and there was like a loud thud. You heard it, right? That wasn't me. That's weird. Tiny bird once shat in my hair. Oh. Probably a sign of good luck, right? Damn, it was too strong. That's not fair, but Cindy, art is bigger than either of us. I didn't realize you were so petty and insecure. She seems to react well to sort of aggressive, confrontation. She has that edge. I feel like that's something I've noticed in the past, so maybe I should just... But Cindy, art is bigger than either of us.
Then get your brush from fucking art.
God damn it.
Oops. My apologies. I guess I was trying too hard. You're a police officer and a grown-up. Why are you trying to impress her? Maybe try a different approach, like climbing up there.
Catch you later, Cindy. Okay, I'm gonna climb up there. Let's see if it changes anything. God damn it, dude. Cannot get a paintbrush. Arctic terns dive bomb you if you get close to nests. Cool bully used to dress up as a giant pigeon and steal my chips. Very traumatizing. That sounds terrible. The most I've ever been surrounded by birds was on...
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
On the Isle of May in Scotland. Surrounded by puffins. I've never seen so many birds in one place. I have not been shit on, though. I was very surprised that I didn't get shit on. Where's Kim? We sent him with the body for processing. Just a couple hours ago in-game. No, what Harman is saying is wrong. He's just away for the rest of the day. He'll be back. I'm sorry for invading your personal space like this, but I'm going to take that paintbrush from you, kiddo. That's rude. I'm gonna try. Let's see. Art is very important to me.
And I need an aircraft carrier. So what?
Stand your ground with a look of weary determination. Cindy, I'm going to stand here till you hand over that paintbrush. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you again. Give me the brush, please. Okay, I'm gonna stand my ground. Let's see.
Have you got any kids? Because you sound like the world's saddest dad right now.
But fine, take the brush. I'm all out of fuel oil anyway.
She drops the paintbrush at your feet.
You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged from your Kanema? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil.
Oh boy.
Time to get to proper work, artiste.
Catch you later, Cindy. Well, Cindy was pretending to be all, you know, strong and all that, but just gave it to us as if it was nothing. A paintbrush belonging to Cindy the Skull, an aspiring artist. The bristles smell nauseatingly of heavy fuel oil. Specks of red, orange, and green paint cover the aluminum ferrule. Ferrule? Ferrule? I don't know. Wait, where's my... What the hell? Alright. Dun, 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 dun. I'm leaving my conceptualization gear on because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to use it.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
Fuck the police. I love you, Kuno. Mother of all walls, what shadow lies there beneath the bright gleam? Ooh, I like that. Draw a 3,500-year-old pictogram of a human being. Something beautiful is going to happen. No parking. Let the wall remain blank for now. Oh, man. We all love Kuno. Well, Kuno doesn't care. No parking's funny, yeah. Something beautiful is going to happen is very interesting. Wow, different opinions in chat. I do like this one. It sounds, I don't know, a little edgy, a little, you know, poetic. I like it. What shadow lies there beneath the bright gleam? I don't know. I'm not sure. Shame we can't draw Kim his best. I wouldn't, personally, but... I am making the conceptualization picture with my face in my hand right now. Am I? Oh yeah, kinda. No, I see it. I see it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm wondering if maybe leaving it be for now could potentially add more options based on stuff that we see in the game. Then I don't know. Maybe, right? Maybe not, but also I wonder if it's something I should maybe do later at night when less people are watching, potentially. Boring. Wait, hold on. I haven't... What are they doing now that there's nothing else to do?
Trying to sneak up on me.
No, I'm not. I need to talk to Kuno again now that the body's gone. I wonder what he has to say about that. You know what? I'll get to the wall soon. Let me, paint the wall. I'm not gonna do it now, but I need to do it at some point. I want to see if maybe more things can be added to the list. Just in case. How many choices now?
The paintbrush in your hand is
7. Okay. There's 7 choices now. I want to see if some more get added. Out of curiosity. I'm gonna go all the way to Kuno. I want to see if he has anything to say concerning the body being gone. And then we need to talk to Classier. That's a big thing we needed to do today. So I want to make sure I do that. I don't know how long the painting is going to take, and I don't want it to be a, you know... I'm sorry, what? I'm hearing sounds in the game that I've never heard before. This is weird. I'm getting paranoid. Like, something's happening? Alright.
Fuck does Kuno care?
The boy turns to you. He doesn't care. I want to discuss the body with you again.
The fuck about it?
Nothing.
You're testing Kuno. Get lost!
Alright, alright, alright.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
That's good for you, Kuno. I'm proud of you for not caring. Not caring is important. Yeah, I was thinking he may have something to say about the, you know, the fact that the body wasn't there anymore, but no, doesn't give a shit. All good. All right. Okay. Composure, smoker, pile of clothes, and then. Oh wait, I don't think I need to talk to class. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. There's one. Yeah. It's not the drama thing. I don't need to do. Because that's something I want to do when Kim's around. It's to further the main task. But there's another one with looking at her in the eyes or something that I need to do. But I'm going to put a point in composure and try those checks again. Composure, pile of clothes, smoker on the balcony. Although, maybe I'll wait for Kim to be here to do that. I don't want to do too many things without Kim. Let's get in there.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Yeah, that's the composure check. Hold on. Do we have something new with guard?
Can I help you? Another thing. Great.
Oh yeah, no. It's
Yes.
if she nicked the phone line. I don't think I want
Oh,
to tell
hello,
him.
dear.
Okay. Let's go up, talk to Classier, and then I don't know. Let's see.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Okay, so we have two things here. We can talk about the last Sunday night, now that Kim's not here. And we also have this check. Look her in the eyes. But I need to put a point in volition for this one, which I will. Let's talk about last Sunday first.
Ah, yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you you're a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
The date of your re-entry into the fossil record.
Before I emerged like Paleolithic megafauna. It's one of the first things I remember doing in Elysium. Before you was only the room, the sound of the motor vehicle, steam in the bathroom, and darkness. Did you hear something Sunday night from my room? It's one of the first things I remember doing in Elysium.
Wow. Elysium. You don't hear that term often.
And a few deaths, that's true, Harmon. Although a lot of these are technically not canon, right? Since we reloaded, because that was the first check of the game and I was failing and I had no idea how to, I was just getting game over. I didn't realize how the game really played at this point. I didn't have healing items. It was a very different... I felt so differently about the game at the time. It was a completely different world. Funny how those things changed.
She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording.
Oh, I wanted to ask all of the other questions. I wanted to say something about the darkness and all that. Oh, whatever. Did you hear something Sunday night from my room?
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Did I have any visitors?
I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo.
You mentioned loud disco music?
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestrations prime among them.
She arches her eyebrow, waiting for it to connect with you.
Oh, that? Yeah. Whoa. The less said about OO, the better.
Ostentatious orchestration. Oh. Okay.
Were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
She says, half singing. Wow, okay.
Then, doesn't life get hard because we go on?
Yeah, we go on all right. It mostly just gets hard, doesn't it? We should stop going on then. Doesn't the going on part cause the getting harder part? I mean, number 2 feels very, very real. Mostly just gets hard. But maybe I'm going to follow rhetoric there. Maybe we should stop going on then. Doesn't the going on cause the getting harder part?
I think you might have come to the same conclusion last night. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped, and there was a change of pace.
What happened?
A slow, sad song started playing.
Yeah,
like organ music on repeat.
Oh, I know that song very well.
That went on for quite a while. Some of that time, you were yelling along to it.
Beautiful song, by the way, as we saw at the karaoke. Love that song. Was I singing this? Show her the empty case of the smallest church in Saint-Saëns.
Yes, there was a church in there. A really small church. Like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that.
Yep.
And also
What else?
that it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
A wounded boar. Well, that's visual. When you say wounded, you mean in a cool way? Like a wild beast?
Yes, it was very cool.
Hey, there we go. We're in, boys. Maximum Riz and all that.
It's impossible to say whether she's being sarcastic or really means it.
She means it, Rhetoric. Come on. Let me have this one. Let me believe. Then what happened?
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
All right. Are you sure I wasn't being assaulted? That is so me. What did I do? You're making this up. I would never behave like that. That is so me. What did I do?
A window was smashed.
Yep.
The tape player, probably. The
Sure.
song stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Was there anything else? Please tell me there wasn't anything else. It prized me to hear this. Tell me there was more. I've heard enough. Was there anything else? Please tell me there wasn't anything else. Please tell me there wasn't anything else.
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable.
Okay.
I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. And that was it.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't think we learned anything super significant there. That's pretty much what I suspected. But yeah. Let's see. So Volition. Okay, I think Volition only opens this one. But I'm going to go for it. I'm putting a point in Volition. Yes. Wait, shouldn't Volition give me an extra... Oh, I do have an extra moral point. Nice. I may have... clothes to help here with Volition. God, there's so many clothes. Insane. Why can I not filter? Okay. I don't have any Volition clothes. Alright, well.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
72%. We're on 8. We need 14. 6 or more. Let's roll. Let's go. Will you wish the tooltip was instant? Yeah, that would help if the tooltip popped up really quickly with the clothes. That's true. But I think it should be, like we mentioned the other day, there should be like a list of all the skills on the side where the bonuses are. And even when you don't have anything, it just says 0, right? Or otherwise it shows minus or pluses. But they should all be there. And then when you click on one, it should highlight the items that affect it one way or another. Green for plus, red for negative. Simple as that. It would be such a great help for, you know, browsing through your clothes and all. 72% ceiling fan flashbacks. Was that, Anye, was that the percentage we got on the ceiling fan? I don't remember. Did we seriously fail 6 times on 72%? No way. There's no way. Why does red have to be negative? Cultural paradigm? I don't know. It's just a thing, right, Brendan? Positive waves only, let's go dice. Oh, we got this. We got this. I'm sure I got this. I haven't failed a roll in so long. I'm not about to start now.
Just like the last time. Light brown eyes look back at you. All is as it was. You feel cigarette fume rise from her lips. She's just as beautiful. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona. We will see through deceits. You are shielded. You are wise.
Avert your eyes.
The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
God damn it. I mean, I could put another point in. I have so many points, right? I could probably put another point in. I don't have any thought cabinets, thoughts that I need to put in there for now. I'm just gonna have to remove a few, right? But eventually, but man, there's so many thoughts. There's literally so many thoughts, and I'm sure a lot of them I'm not gonna be able to see at all because of like the stats that I have and the decisions that I made. But there's so many thoughts. It's almost scary to think how much more content there is in this game. Oh, you can sort them by date, status, or A and Z. Interesting. See, there's a sorting system here. Why is there not one with the clothes? Blows my mind. Yeah, Harmon. What's up, J-Bong, Sir Kel, Noger, Pukabear, Kebab Clown? Wow, everyone's showing up. How are you, everyone? How's everyone today? Yeah, I think I'm putting another point in. Then I have 4 left, which is enough to do electrochemistry. I need 1 for sure in electrochemistry for the mirror. I may want to put a point in Inland Empire, maybe rhetoric, or just like... Composure is one that I need to keep too. So composure, electrochemistry, that's 2. I have 3 remaining. I don't know. I mean, volition's great. It's a great stat. I like it. Sane people, well-adjusted cops, the non-suicidal. Maybe it's good that I'm a bit more sane. That's sort of my character's evolution, right? I'm becoming a little more sane. I'm not drinking or taking drugs. I'm trying to keep it together, right? Can I see the perception description again? Which one? This one? This one? You really want to read all of this, Brendan? Just take a screenshot. You have 3 seconds. There you go. You can Google it. Come on, Brandon. Actually, let me... I'm curious now. Perception wants to be open with the world, to the world. Take notice of what others don't notice. At high levels, perception takes in every final detail of the physical world, enough to overwhelm all but the strongest minds. Oh. Yeah, okay, I think I'm gonna put a point in Volition. Volition's been pretty good. And then at least one in electrochemistry, one in composure. I know, Jesus. Terrible. No, that one was like unintentional effects. It's just me getting trapped by my own brain. Very inoffensive comment. It's my brain not letting it happen, you know. What class do you think you'll play in Baldur's Gate 3? I don't know. I have a feeling the first stream is going to be basically character creation in its entirety. Because I have no idea what I'm going to play. And that's excluding the visual customization of the character, right? So just making decisions on characters and race. From what I've seen, I watched a bit of Nasrallah create his character when the game first came out, right? And he streamed this character creation. And then when I played the demo, I didn't create my character in the demo because, you know, I wanted to. It's a 2-hour limited demo, and I wanted to make sure I got through combat at least. So that was my main interest in playing the demo. Was like, okay, is the game controlling well with PlayStation 5 controller, and is the combat something that I think will be okay for me? Because I didn't like the combat in Divinity. So I wanted to just give it a try, mostly to see what the controller felt like. But yeah, so but I still stayed on the character creation screen for like 5 minutes and just like scrolling through options and seeing what there was, and I was extremely overwhelmed. I was extremely overwhelmed instantly. So I don't know, it's gonna take a while for me to figure that out. A bard kind of guy? I never actually play bards in games, role-playing games. I don't know why. I never end up being I like having a bit more of a proactive character, I think. I don't know. Wizard, maybe? I could see myself playing something like a warlock. I could see myself play a paladin or some kind, or a warrior. I don't know. I really don't know. Like, really, really, I don't know. But, yeah. We'll see, we'll see. I'm looking forward to it though. Character creation and all that. It's gonna be fun. But I'm sure it's gonna be a full stream. Probably. Can't imagine being done with character creation before the stream is over, honestly. You think so? What happens if I'm... Okay, what happens if I'm not finished? Do I just take notes and finish it on the next stream? Or can you save your half-finished character? Is there a save in character creation? Figure it out. Yeah, we'll figure it out, I guess. There's no save. Well, I didn't expect it to be cool, for sure. I didn't expect it to be a save. That was mostly a joke, but... It would be great. I would love... I think that would have been a great addition. Putting a save in the character creation. Just for the sort of silliness of it. Save and quit. Middle of character creation. Just, yeah, we're aware that you're going to spend hours on this. So we want to make sure that people with actual things to do can, you know, segment that. Yeah, for sure, go. I'm very surprised that Disco Elysium sort of went pretty quickly. But there was no, like, visual customization, for instance, so that saves time already. I think, from what I've seen on Naza's channel, the visual customization in Baldur's Gate 3 is mind-blowing, so... Yeah, I feel like it's gonna take us a little bit. I'm sure 5 hours is fine, right? Hopefully, maybe we start on a, depending on how it goes, maybe we'll be starting on on a Friday or Saturday, and maybe we can go longer. But it's good. 5 hours is gonna be fine. There's no way I'm not creating a character in 5 hours. Come on. Nice character actually had a chin for once. Hmm. I don't remember if he receded the chin as he always does, but didn't he try? Didn't you try, Nice, but you couldn't? Like you couldn't really recede it the way you wanted? I don't remember. How long did the character looks creation take in the Souls games? Not too long, actually. I don't know, in the Souls games, it sort of never really made sense to me to spend too much time outside of, like, simple customizations. I do like customizing it, but usually, like, just simple stuff, because you're always covered, right? Full covered in armor and all that, but in Baldur's Gate, I don't know, I feel like I want to sort of get into the details a little bit more. You also see your character's face a lot more with the conversations and all that, so. Yeah, 1, 2. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Hey, if that's the case, you know, I'll spend the one entire stream going over all the options, deciding on the class, the race, the skills, whatever. Take notes of all of it, and then next stream, input that in really quickly based on the notes, and then get into the like visual optimization, right? But I'm sure we'll make it. I'm pretty confident in 5 hours is enough to create a character. Come on, it cannot be that complex. Am I trying to convince myself? Yes. Copium? Yes, absolutely. No, Rico, we usually did fine. Larian made it very simple. Well, I mean, very simple. I know that's not true. I've seen enough of it to know that's not true. But I don't know. We'll see. It's gonna be fun either way, right? Anyone excited for that Baldur's Gate playthrough after Disco? I hope you guys are. I am. Alright, do I put a point in Volition? Sure. Go. Alright, 83%. Okay, let me go over my clothes again. I feel like I can do this. See, if I could click on one of these and then you see exactly what... Ah, man, this game could be so much better. In terms of UI. There's no way I don't have any volition on any of my clothes. This is wild. But it is true. Jesus. Okay. Oh, confirmed. None of the items give me anything. Oh, wait, hold on. My tools, maybe? I could take, like... No. I was gonna say, taking some speed could give me more psyche, and therefore more volition. But... No. I'm not... I'm staying sober. I've been sober for 4 days.
I was just thinking, what a nice evening it is for taking part in a murder investigation.
Alright, 83%. We're on 9. We need 14. 5 or more. Let's go. Let's go. Daniel talking through theories and considering options. What's not to like about the Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough? Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, I know about the drugs, of course. I've always known about the drugs and alcohol effects. I just decided not to take any. Sober. We've been sober for 4 days. We haven't taken a drink or done some drugs since we woke up. It's been going well. Alright, come on. I'm not gonna miss again. No way.
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful.
Side note, if I had rolled a 4 in the previous, I wouldn't have to waste an extra point in fucking volition. God damn it. Directly into the space behind your eye sockets.
I have bad news for you.
Oh no, what is going on? Oh man. I do not like this. I do not like this at all. That's a big boop. What?
You know these guys?
I'm sorry. Who?
Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you groveling sycophant. You too. Me? Get out of here. I'm solid.
Oh. What are we doing?
These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore.
Hmm. So volition thinks other parts of my brain are being manipulated. Oh my god. What? I knew something was off. Okay. I just love that response. Oh my god. It's just, I can imagine the outrage. Oh my god. Can't trust them anymore. What? I knew something was off. Oh, I don't know which one to pick there. I don't... I think oh my god is so funny. I think I'm gonna pick it. It's like that. It's almost like, you know, teenagers' reaction, like oh my god, no way. All right, I'm gonna go for it. Oh my god.
Believe it.
Which ones exactly are affected? How did this happen? Does this mean she's been lying to me? What's her plan? I've been talking to myself long enough. Let's get back to it. And they were roommates. Which ones exactly are affected?
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume.
Oh no. Is everyone compromised?
All of them.
How did this happen?
How it always does. Through subtlety.
Can I do?
There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do.
Can you turn them normal again?
No.
What use is this then?
It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not?
Does this mean she's been lying to me?
Yes. Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is.
Okay, drama? Defense?
She is a lady, most fair and just.
Oh no. I love that all of these checks are trivial. It's so beautiful. My brain is simping. What am I gonna do? I'm condemned. I love that juste is written in French. She is a lady, most fair and just. Yeah, sure.
In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies.
Don't defend him, Volition. We are vexed right now.
That is correct. And omissions too.
Can I trust that guy? Probably not, right?
A little.
Oh?
They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't add flair.
Wait. How do I know I can trust you, Volition?
But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her.
Can I trust any of them ever again?
Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with Miss Orange Disco Dancer here.
You mispronounce Oranje, by the way, Volition. I think this is very incriminating.
A light green speck and imperfection on the outer rim of her right iris. It sparkles.
Oh. Volition is so... That's what authorities said. Get out of here, Brendan. I don't trust anything. What is her plan?
You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one he usually does says.
Okay, let's hear it.
She may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You doubt it's something truly insidious.
Mm-hmm.
See? It's oddly moderate. Probably compromised.
I've been talking to myself long enough. Let's get back to it.
Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this.
Oh, no. You cannot give me a choice like this 20 minutes before the end of the stream. Game, please. Yeah, no fence. No fence to sit on here. Thank you for prolonging the stream, Volition. Nah. I'm gonna figure it out. 25 minutes roughly, I'm gonna figure it out. Say it out loud. Miss, are you manipulating me? Don't say anything. Just close your eyes and let the moment pass. It is interesting that this is happening with this character specifically, right? I think obviously there's something about it. I think something about it may be because, you know, like she's a naturally charming person. She's, you know, an attractive woman, and Harry is a bit of a loner. So, you know, I feel like it makes sort of sense that he gets, you know, parts of his brain doesn't function fully. You know, this is, I can't scroll back that far, I don't think, but like this whole thing starts with you looking at her and you're like, oh my god, she's beautiful, right? So it feels like suddenly volition is like, hold on, dude, you're not being objective with this person. Clearly you're letting your, you know, more primal instincts take over your logic and authority and rhetoric and all that, which I think is a very interesting little way of representing that sort of influence that some people can have. I think it's very interesting. I need this volition IRL. I mean, here's the thing, Harmon, you probably have it, but you're shutting it down too much, right? It's probably like you have those moments where suddenly like you're like, oh shit, I'm being compromised. And then you're like, ah, it's fine. Your, what would it be? Electrochemistry probably takes over. Half-life, maybe? I don't know. Half-light, sorry. Probably electrochemistry taking over, right? There's been no music during that thing. I was thinking it would be a great exercise to try and write out your mind like this after some type of event. Sure. Yeah, try to attribute your different thoughts, right, to those different parts of your mind. Like, okay, I'm feeling like this. This is what I'm hearing right now. What part of my brain is telling me this? Is that logic? Nah, it's, you know, electrochemistry or whatever. And then you can identify, you know, oh, maybe I shouldn't listen to this in this scenario, or... No. Let's try to see what logic has to say, or let's try to see what volition has to say, right? Yeah, it could be interesting. Therapeutic, maybe. Who knows? I mean, in a lot of way, CBT sort of practices a lot of that, right? In a, not in those terms, obviously, but it's trying to teach you to filter your thoughts, right? Okay, you're having those ideas and those thoughts, but can you identify, you know, if they're things that make sense logically speaking, or that you have evidence for, or is it just your brain just literally sabotaging you, right? And then you start practicing those, like, filtering of your thoughts, which is kind of the same idea, except you know, it's not put in those exact terms, but it's sort of the same idea overall, right? At least that's how it feels to me, right? so many passive checks you do or don't see with Hohenlai levels. Yeah, for sure, Bonk. I remember very early when I started playing, and Nasrallah, who was playing the game sort of alongside but started a bit before me, was just like, I have almost the same stats as you do, and like I've seen so many different dialogues and conversations because of those little checks that happen. I think it's just fantastic. It not only makes everyone's experience unique, but it also adds replay value if it's something you're interested in, right? You suddenly get a lot of replay value, even if you're playing sort of the similar stats. So, I don't know. Pretty interesting. Yeah, Brendan? Jesus, nice. Second playthrough was a Half-Light build. Yeah, oh man, it's so tempting to go with like a full, at least physique build, and go like super heavy on electrochemistry and Half-Light, physical instrument, reaction speed, you know, all of that stuff. Man, I'm so tempted to do one at one point. See how different things could be. And just go wild. Maybe one day, who knows? Maybe I'll even stream it, who knows? Maybe there's gonna be a replay in the future at some point. The second, you know, I don't know, like journey through Revachol or Martinez, right? A couple years down the line. Completely different build. We'll see. We'll see how I feel once I finish the game. That's gonna be a big factor, I think. I'll let my future kids know. Wow, rude. What's up, Delquaz? How are you doing today? Okay, I think I'm gonna say it out loud. Because I feel like saying something here is more interesting than saying nothing. How many games have you replayed on stream? None. Well, okay, let me rephrase. I haven't played a game more than once on stream. I have, however, played games on stream that I had played before, namely the Souls games. I had played the Souls games on release, and over the past 2 years, I've replayed them on stream. Many years after the fact, to the point that I was barely remembering most of the, like, at least non-mandatory content, right? It was still very interesting. Now for Disco, I don't know, it's going to be interesting to see if I can forget enough of it. I sometimes think I'm spending so much time playing those games now, I probably would remember too much to replay them again. But at the same time, I'm thinking of stuff like Returnal that we played on stream in 2022, or even like Elden Ring that I played before I got back into streaming in 2022. And I'm like, I almost forgot. I forgot so much about these games, even though I spent a long time playing them. So I could see myself replaying some of these games, you know, in the future and probably having some fun. But I tend to want to play new experiences on stream. I think it's more interesting, but you never know, depending on the games. I do think first playthroughs and like complete blind playthroughs are more interesting, just in general. Like my sort of, I wouldn't say my goal, but my well, yeah, actually one of the goals of what I'm trying to do with the channel is offering a space for people to vicariously re-experience games for the first time, because we can't experience games for the first time again. It's impossible, right? But vicariously through someone doing it, maybe you can get some of that feeling again, right? And especially that's why we have such strict backseating and like rules about game information is, you know, when you play the game yourself, well, I mean, it depends. Like maybe some people like looking stuff up when they play, but for the most part, I would say you play the game completely blind, right? You don't have a chat telling you information or influencing you. That's why we have those strict rules. It's to sort of keep that very pure first experience, right? And maintain that illusion of as if I wasn't playing on stream, basically. In order to better recreate for people watching that vicarious experience of playing a game for the first time. And I think it works quite well. I'm pretty happy with what we do. Play the game so differently to me that it really does feel like a first playthrough in some ways. Yeah, I can see that. Like, it doesn't feel like your first playthrough, but it's like, oh wow, I'm just experiencing the game in a way I've never done before. So you get that experience of re-experience, like you get the sort of that nostalgia of the game you enjoy, but at the same time it feels like you're rediscovering it in some ways. Do you talk to yourself this much when you're playing off stream? I mean, it's in my head for the most part, but I do take a lot of notes, and I do take my time just in the same way. And I also do have random conversations, because usually when I'm playing games, I'm watching a stream on the side or something, right? So I do have those random conversations about shit, except it's in someone else's chat. Has nothing to do with the game, it's just, you know. But I do spend a lot of time, so. Yeah, the next thing I'm not sure how we'll approach is the Elden Ring DLC stuff. Because I'm going to be wanting to stream Elden Ring DLC. And I'm probably going to want to play the full game again before I play the DLC. I'm going to want to do a fresh save, right? And do the DLC as part of the whole thing. But Elden Ring took me 580 hours when I was playing it on my own for the first time. I don't think it's going to take longer than that playing it on stream, right? Because I'm going to be taking less notes than I did the first time I played. But it could be a very, very long playthrough. But yeah, I'm going to wait. Like, when the DLC releases, I'm probably going to wait, like, at least 6 months. To give people time to play it and the category to sort of clear up a bit, and then I'll get into it, probably. Although it's Elden Ring, the category will probably never clear out, but I'll still get in there. Doesn't matter. You're more perceptive than me? Eh, well, Rico, you know, that's... I give myself the time to be more perceptive too. When you take that long to do things, you tend to see more things that you would miss otherwise, right? I don't think that's a discredit to your perceptiveness. Perception? I don't know. I don't think perceptiveness is a word. Okay, I think I'm going to say it, just for the sake of non-stagnation. Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. And I'm going to say it out loud. Miss, are you manipulating me?
The silence broken. She exhales a little cloud of smoke and says,
Pause, champ.
God, no.
That's it. All right. Well, that settles it then. Oh, I got even more bonuses. Because I know she's manipulating my skill set. +3. I don't think I even needed it. I was already at max, but thanks.
Sure. The record. Yeah? Alright.
There is a slip of questions that keeps everything in order. The questions are inside a blue notebook. The notebook is inside the lieutenant's pocket. Before the questions leave your mouth, you realize
Yeah, I
he
mean,
should be here for this.
we've been over this though, so doesn't matter.
Oh. I'm guessing your partner should be here too.
Sure. Alright, well, let's... I was expecting a little more out of that. Interesting. Alright. I was expecting a little more. I don't need the bonus, so... But hey, we'll get the drama check when Kim's there. So that's done. Oh shit. Hold on. What is this? You see the yard below. The corpse is no longer here. Okay. Thanks. I mean, it's only 7:20 in the game right now, and I've done what I planned on doing while Kim wasn't here. Okay, this cannot be a coincidence. I'm hearing a lot more of those like feedback sounds, like a radio, you know, like zzz buzzing. I heard it now again. I heard it when I was outside. I feel like I would have noticed these things before.
The window stands broken.
Now I'm getting paranoid. Did I just miss them, or is there more sound suddenly happening? Alright, let's see. Map. Okay, those two I'm gonna do when Kim is here. This doesn't matter. 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 Those are all checks that I've done. Yeah, Robbins. I'm gonna start hearing them in real life. Awesome. That's some stealing, I think. Knick-knack stand. Knick-knack stand. Oh, that's in Frit, isn't it? Yeah, maybe. This guy is not here anymore, so I can't do that check. That's gone. The barbell I should try to do again at some point, but physical instrument, so there's low chance of me ever doing it. Composure on the smoker on the balcony and the pile of clothes. I think I'm gonna do that when Kim's there. Just in case. Especially with the smoker, like there's been that conversation already about what's different about him, and Kim was there and he seemed interested and amused, so I want him to be here when I get it. The novelty dice maker as a legendary shivers check. Really? I don't remember it. And I can't upgrade shivers any further. That sucks. Measurehead, I think that's gone. I mean, the shivers things could be a thing that I can't do anymore. Measurehead, I can't punch him anymore, I don't think. Pain threshold, something I need to do. I need to put a point in there. Find that book. Physical instrument for the ice cream maker. I'm gonna need to open that at some point, but I think I need a better pry bar or something. I still have the other side of the coast, like the entire other side of the coast that I barely explored. I went up to the three dudes, like homeless dudes. That's about it. I didn't explore the fishing village really. And there's so much to this game. It's just crazy. And obviously the big one that I think I want to try right now, as a matter of fact. I only have one extra shot by putting a point in electrochemistry. Let's see. hold on, before that, let me just quickly check. Oh yeah, I do have a book about the medicinal purposes of the pail that I need to read at some point. I mean, I can do that later. I'm gonna have time, right? It's only 7:20. Yeah, I have a couple of more hours. Let me check the mirror again.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression.
Why is it not locked? Hold on. Did I just unlock it by... Oh, I did put the point in. Oh. So what I did is I put the point in, and then I think I clicked somewhere else, but it validated the point. It auto-accepted or something. I didn't know that was something it would do. Accept change and close. I need to click revert to cancel that. I mean, that's the thing, right? I clicked on level up, but then I didn't revert. I just clicked somewhere else, which apparently clicking somewhere else just auto-accepts, which I think is kind of weird. I'm not mad because it's something I was going to do anyway, right? But it feels like it should be the other way around, right? If you click away from accept, it should cancel rather than accept. In my opinion, that feels more logical from a UI perspective. You don't want to accidentally make someone waste a point, right? It's obviously just a tiny detail, but in terms of UI, I think it would make a lot more sense. Well, I mean, hey, it is done anyway. I was going to upgrade it anyway, so I'm not mad about it. You disagree? Interesting, Puka Bear. On what grounds? Zero out of 10, the game is trash. You clicked accept? No, I didn't click accept. That's the thing, Puka Bear. I did not. Again, like to reproduce what I did, right? I clicked composure and then I clicked level up. And then you have a choice, right? Which is accept the changes and close or revert, right? What I did is neither of these things. I clicked away on like a different tab, which I assumed would just cancel the whole thing, right? Because otherwise, why is there an accept button? If just clicking away validates, right? I feel like if there's if you're gonna give a choice, then picking neither of the two options should be a default cancel. Logically. To accept that close means accept and... That's not how I see it. Like, the way I see it, it's you accept and then you close the thing, right? I see what you mean, right? I get what you mean. This is accept and then you close the thing. If you click somewhere else, the behavior of the game is I accept the changes and I want to see another tab, not close. But to me, that's a little confusing. It's a little unclear. I feel like if it's giving you a choice to revert or accept the changes, clicking anywhere else should be a cancellation by default. But Like, in my opinion, if there's specifically like a second step to accept the change, unless you click on it, it should never auto-accept. That's the way I feel, personally, right? Obviously, it's UI, there's subjectivity here, but maybe they're saying life is hard, toughen up, Buttercup. Sure. I mean, we're not talking emotional, you know, investment in decisions there. We're talking purely UI. Personally, from my experience with video games, and I'm not a game designer, I think if you request the player to click on a second button to accept the changes, any other behavior from the player should auto-cancel. That's all I say. That's, you know. I think it makes sense. But apparently they think differently, and that's fair. Alright, let's put a few points. Let's put our electrochemistry clothes. My beautiful robe. Does this one give anything? Which pants do I want? Yellow ones. Let's go. Oh. Alright, I'm ready, I think. The fact that you only add point a certain amount of times means the extra click isn't too annoying. Like you're doing it 100 times. Sure. But I mean, I understand. Like the extra validation is because you can put several points, right? Level this up, click another one, level it up, and then you can revert, right? At least I'm assuming. I'm gonna test it with composure because I know I'm gonna level up composure. Okay, yeah, you can click several ones and then you accept and you know. But yeah. I mean, again, if you're giving me an accept button, just any other behavior should cancel automatically. That's my personal opinion on interface design. All right, let's see.
The mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror.
All right.
Adorned with the expression.
What are my chances? Oh my god, 92. Oh. Okay. 5, 5, 9, 14. And I need 18. 4 or above. Oh, I am going to do the check, Nasrallah. Tomorrow. You knew it was going to happen. You knew it was going to be a mirror cliffhanger once again. Tomorrow is not right now. I know, I'm aware. I'm sorry, it is past my ending time. So... What's up, B-side? How are you doing? I'm gonna leave us... Hey, trust me on this one. I am as upset as you are. I'm really hoping I can... I'm really excited to do this check tomorrow. Can't trust drama, can't trust Daniel Matt. Who can we trust? Nobody. Anyway. Thank you everyone for watching tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Yeah, lots of fun. Once again, Disco Elysium. A game that never ends, apparently. Hope you guys had a good time. I'll be back tomorrow in about 19 hours. 7 PM Central European Time, 1 PM Eastern, 10 AM Pacific. For more adventures of Disco Elysium. Thank you everyone for tonight. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the resubs and the gift subs. Were there even any? I don't think so. Thank you for the resubs, everyone. Appreciate it. And yeah, Thank you for the lurks and the conversations. As always, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow for that beautiful mirror check. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.